Australia Talks is...
ABC News, good evening, I'm Susie Rains. Australians flying home from overseas will soon be required to declare whether they've received a COVID-19 vaccine. National Cabinet met today to discuss the COVID-19 response, including the quarantine system. South Australia has agreed to run a pilot program where fully vaccinated people would complete 2 weeks of home quarantine, but no date has been set for when that will begin. Prime Minister Scott Morrison says from next Friday, passengers will be required to fill out information about their vaccine status on the travel declaration form.
This would be requiring people to attest whether they have received a vaccination, the vaccination that they have received, the date of that vaccination and the jurisdiction in which they received that vaccination.
COVID vaccinations for disability support workers have been strongly recommended by National Cabinet, but they've stopped short of making the jabs mandatory. More from Disability Affairs reporter Naz Campanella.
Disability advocates have been calling for the shots to be made compulsory since the start of the vaccine rollout. The Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, has said the mandate for disability workers has been strongly recommended and that National Cabinet has accepted that suggestion. Advocates say they're disappointed and frustrated the jabs have not been mandated, but are hopeful they will be. If introduced, it would bring disability workers into line with those in aged care.
And the federal government will not push ahead with its proposal to introduce independent assessments into the National Disability Insurance Scheme. NDIS Minister Linda Reynolds has confirmed the plan to introduce the functional assessments has been shelved and says the government will go back to the drawing board. The decision was made in a meeting between state and territory disability ministers late today. The assessments would have seen an allied health professional not known to the person determine their ongoing funding or eligibility to enter the scheme in a 3-hour interview using a standardised tool. New South Wales Premier Gladys Berejiklian says she can't see restrictions easing next week without a significant turnaround in the state's COVID case numbers. Rani Hayman reports.
44 new locally acquired cases have been recorded. The Premier, Gladys Berejiklian, has tightened restrictions in response, saying no one should leave their home unless they absolutely have to.
I need everybody to be shocked because when I said just a few days before we had to go into lockdown that this was the scariest period for New South Wales during the pandemic, unfortunately those words are absolutely the case.
43 cases are in hospital with 10 in intensive care, including a person in their 20s. 4 require ventilators. New restrictions around exercising and shopping will come into effect from 5 p.m.
A police checkpoint has been set up at Chiltern on Victoria's border with New South Wales, with all vehicles diverted off the Hume Highway. Senior Sergeant Joel Hughes says the checkpoint will be there for a few days as people return home from their school holiday trips. He says all vehicles are being targeted and drivers must present a valid permit and licence.
We do obviously target New South Wales registered vehicles, but there's a potential that people with Victorian registrations may have travelled into those at-risk zones, red zones and orange zones.
Victoria's gaming regulator has hit back at criticism that an investigation into accusations made by former employees will be biased. Roseanne Maloney reports.
5 former inspectors from the Victorian Commission for Liquor and Gaming Regulation say they don't trust their former employee to investigate itself. They've accused the watchdog of ignoring concerns they raised about money laundering at Crown Casino. The Royal Commission into the gaming giant held its final hearings today, and its terms of reference don't include scrutiny of the watchdog. The former inspectors want the Royal Commission to be expanded to examine their claims, but the regulator says it's committed to making the whole process transparent, and the record of its chosen investigator, QC Dr Ian Freckleton, speaks for itself.
ACT police are searching for 3 people after a dramatic prisoner escape in Canberra's south side suburb of Griffith this afternoon. Police say they were alerted shortly after 4 p.m. when they received several calls about a collision between a white 4-wheel drive driven by a young woman and a corrective services transport vehicle. A detainee who was being transported in the vehicle left in the Jeep, which was later found on fire about a kilometre away. A second woman may also be involved. ACT police say if they've seen, they should not be approached. To the weather now. For the state tomorrow, widespread frost, locally severe in the west and areas of fog during the morning. Isolated showers about Gippsland, more frequent about the East Gippsland coast. For Melbourne tomorrow, partly cloudy with a top of 13. Sunday, mostly sunny and a top of 15. Monday, a shower or 2 and 14 degrees. Right now in Melbourne, it's just 6 degrees. ABC News.
Here's a surprising fact. The average person will spend 1.3 years of their life just doing this. No, not washing the car. Not what you think. No, it's working out what to watch on the telly. Huh? Surprising, right? But don't panic. You can save a lot of that time on ABC iView. Jaw-dropping comedy, eye-popping drama, and all the mind-blowing telly you could wish for. Download the app now on your phone, tablet or smart TV. ABC iView. Don't be surprised if you're surprised.
ABC Sport.
Can a red-hot Ash Barty win Wimbledon?
She's already the first Aussie woman in 41 years to make the final.
This is as good a tennis match as I'll ever play, and now we get a chance to try and live out a childhood dream.
Catch Ash as she chases her first Wimbledon crown on ABC Radio.
And ABC Sport Digital Radio tomorrow night.
ABC Sport. AFL.
Get set for the deafening roar. The pent-up emotion is about to flow. Listen to the crowd roar.
AFL.
Fans are on their feet. Can't believe what they're about to see.
The 2021 AFL Premiership Season.
Grandstand AFL.
We've got a game on our hands here. This is really good, fierce stuff.
This is a fantastic game of football. Someone told me there was something wrong with our game. I can't see it today. Actually, it's a spectacular contest.
Dreamers, keep on dreaming.
Oh, the impossible angle.
Sinners, keep on sinning.
Don't go anywhere. The theatre of it all.
Winners, keep on winning.
And he dribbles one through and blows a kiss to the crowd.
Just a new day beginning.
Breaks the pace. Has a shot. Makes no mistake.
Sends it for home. A sublime strike.
Hard against the boundary. That's a classy finish. That is sensational.
Can he slot it through for the finish? Yes, he can. Right angle on the paint of 50. May have just snuffed through an incredible goal. Tries to fend off. Got it. Takes him to ground. Back to that Nui. Second don't argue.
Go to your best players. Go to your match winners.
Plays on man down from behind. Holding the ball.
Perfect tackle. It might be a game saver.
Dreamers, keep on dreaming.
Ricochets to Martin. You know the rest. The razzle-dazzle has arrived.
That is spectacular.
It's a new day, new day, new day beginning.
Osborne kicks the goal. Welcome to the big time.
Oh, great mark.
Outside of the boot, Eddie. Oh, he has kicked it. Makes no mistake. Goes back.
Straightens up towards goal and brings it back superbly. Here's that familiar roar. Double fist salute to the crowd. They might have a new fan favourite. He'll snap. He'll go. A ripper from Gripper. Snaps off the single step and bends it through.
Grandstand AFL.
The 2021 AFL Premiership Season.
Dribbles it through and ends the game.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
From troubled times, Essendon is re-emerging as a prime-time must-watch football proposition. The Bombers host the Crows under the bright lights of Friday night football on Grandstand AFL. Hello and welcome to Docklands. Alistair Nicholson with you. There is a late change for the Adelaide Crows. Elliot Himmelberg was slated to come back into the Crows lineup tonight. He is ill and out of the side. Will Hamill comes in as the late-in. Ben Davis, the medical sub for the Crows, while for Essendon, it is Braden Ham. The Bombers are unchanged. Mathematically, the Bombers remain in the hunt for the finals. They're going to need to find a flurry of wins, though, late in the season. North Melbourne next, then GWS Sydney and the Western Bulldogs. That's a tough run for Ben Rutten's side. The Bombers 6 and 9, a healthy percentage of 98.7. The Crows 5 and 10 made a bright start to the season, but wins have been few and far between in the back end of the year. Kelly Underwood is along for Friday night football. Hello, Kel.
Hello, Alistair. Good evening. It's great to be here with the roof open once again and the seagulls flocking in for this evening. But we do have a crowd, which is obviously great news. We're 2/3 of the way through this season. Feels like the top four has separated themselves from the rest of the field, that we've got this genuine gap after the result last night. And the top four then Port Adelaide. And as you said, I mean, 7th and 8th now well and truly up for grabs. Essendon wins, and the Bombers are just 2 points out of the 8 with 6 to play. So looking forward to seeing the Crows live. No Tex Walker, obviously, but They are no easy beats. I know they've dropped 7 of their last 9. They started the season well, but they play with great spirit under Matthew Nicks. They're not as skilled, not as experienced tonight. But they're plucky, they bring the pressure, and they're enjoyable to watch. So let's hope we get an enjoyable 4 quarters this evening.
Absolutely. 2 teams that are developing, no doubt about it. Cameron Linger's got this Friday night off. Perfect replacement. Former Tiger and Giant Brett Delidio's with us on Grandstand AFL. Hello, Lids.
No, I appreciate that, Al. I think Lingy's got me covered in the looks department, mate, so we'll give him the night off to go and pretty himself
I think
up.
Lingy's about the only bloke that would agree with that, yes. Quietly, Brett.
Mate, we battled heads a lot out in the footy field, Lingy and I, so I'm happy to be alongside a coaching great and pick his brain tonight, which would be great, but not exactly box office tonight, is it, Al? It's a couple of the bottom of the rung teams, but exciting teams to watch. I really enjoy watching the Bombers. I've done a couple of their games this year. Their spearheads up front, which is what I like, young Harry Jones, and then young Rolly Thilthorpe. I'm really keen to watch him play live tonight for the Crows. So I think the Bombers can get it done, especially without Tex. But, a really good game for us to watch tonight.
Yeah, the last time we saw Riley Thilthorpe was that match in Cairns when he kicked the goal over his head to win the game against the Saints. Mick Malthouse started his footballing career at the VFL level at the Saints. He went on and achieved some wonderful things at multiple clubs. Mick, good evening to you. Good to have your company.
Thanks, Al. G'day, Kel. Brett, welcome to the little Friday night panel here, mate. It's
the 18th.
We're so used to the redhead sitting next to us, but he's enjoying where he's at. We've been here at this ground several times through this year, and we haven't been... A few of the games have gone... sort of big differences, but we've enjoyed the football, and I reckon you're spot on. These two sides do offer a bit. I've said before about Essendon, I reckon they give up the score to get a score, so they're quite prepared to see 13 or 14 kicked against them, but they're looking for that 15-16 themselves. Now, they'd love to win it by more. Adelaide, on the other side of the coin, losing Walker, who is such a prominent player early in the season, that'll be a big loss, but... I just reckon because they're youth, I like Matthew Nicks. I think he does a pretty good job. He's obviously got them playing exciting footy. This is not going to be the year, but it's amazing how when you get a lot of young kids together who've got talent, it doesn't take long before they gel.
Yep.
They've got enough senior players to do a lot of the heavy lifting. So you suspect that Essendon will win, and I don't reckon they're a long way outside the 8, quite frankly. This 7th and 8th sides, they're not exactly putting their hand up to say we want to play finals. So the Bombers, I reckon round 19 or 20 may well be
thereabouts.
But they play the Swans. That could be the game that decides it. So, but if I can just go to these players, Walker's out. He's their leading goal kicker. It doesn't help when you've got a good leading goal kicker. Because other than that, their possession-getting players are almost as dominant in terms of possessions as Essendon. So it'll be those that master the stoppages, master the centre, always win the game. If you don't master that, you don't win.
Looking at their run home, leads Essendon. So, as I said, they've got the 6 wins at the moment. They're not too far outside the top 8. Started beautifully last week against Geelong and looked really threatening, but ultimately the Cats got on top after quarter time in that game. But at the moment, Essendon is 6 points outside the top 8 with a percentage healthy enough to get them in potentially. But the run home tonight, then North Melbourne, so definitely winnable the next 2. Then they've got the Giants, which is a winnable
50-50,
game.
Yep.
The Swans, the Western Bulldogs, and finish the year with Gold Coast and Collingwood. So as much as it doesn't look overly probable, it's a possibility if they can play their best footy, Essendon.
Yeah, I think that's exciting for them. The key will be, these young blokes, can they maintain their intensity? We've already probably seen a smaller drop-off in, Perkins and Cox, Jones. They haven't quite been at the same level they were earlier in the year. Can they freshen them up somehow, give them a rest, or, just somehow find some vibrancy back from those guys? But the games they've lost, they've lost 3 or 4 games by under a kick almost, haven't they? So, I think, what they're doing is exciting, no doubt. But, they're going to be absolutely thereabouts. And is that carrot in front of them going to be what brings that vibrancy back?
So, round 1, they lost to Hawthorn by a point. In round 4, they lost to Sydney by 3 points. They also lost to GWS by 2 points. and they lost to Melbourne by 11 points. So there are a few of their very close losses, the Bombers. Yeah, absolutely. So a couple of weeks ago against the Bombers, against Melbourne, not too far away, and last week flew out of the blocks against Geelong, and then the Cats were given an almighty rev up by Chris Scott at quarter time. They kicked 8 goals in the second quarter and ultimately won the game by 41 points. So that's the path to here for the Bombers. We're going to chat the Adelaide Crows as well in the pre-game tonight. We'll be hearing from Scott Burns. Be interested to hear from Mick Malthouse's former charge, see whether there's any interest around Collingwood or whether he's settled in Adelaide, going back home to be with the Crows. But that's quite the conversation topic at the moment. Collingwood and, of course, what happened at Hawthorn. Dan Jordan's going to join us from the Bombers in the lead-up to this contest as well. But let's start with Hawthorn and the news at the start of the week that there would be a succession plan. They can work. They don't always work, Mick Malthouse, as you well know. Brett Deledio was part of the coaching staff at Hawthorn for a little while before COVID hit. And Mick, you're the experience on this front with Nathan Buckley replacing you at Collingwood. Your reactions, firstly, to what took place in the announcement during the week?
Look, I probably wasn't as surprised as what everyone else was. It seemed like that was the way it was going to go, albeit everyone's saying that Collingwood would probably force their hand, but it seemed like that's what was going to happen. You know, Mitch taking over eventually, but it just seems like it's been brought forward a little bit. Whether or not they can work together all of next year, I'll be really surprised to see. Like, I know Clarko's been emphatic and said, no, I'm definitely going to be here. I've got a contract. That's what I'm going to be doing, but I don't know. I'm only going back on recent history as to how I can judge this, and until we actually see it unfold, how do you really know?
How hard is it, Mick?
Well, I think there's a couple of things that are different from the scenario that took place in 2010 and 11. Is that one, he's coaching his own side. This is Mitchell. He's coaching his own side, and I think you get a tick for that, and you get judged on it. You've closer to the mark where players can be spoken to. I've said, and I'll be right up front here, I've said to people who are talking about this at Collingwood, you've got to do your homework. I get embarrassed when I see some players go from one club to another, and you go, did you do your homework on that? No, we've got a better medical staff, we've got better this, but did you do your homework on that? Well, we don't need to talk to that club. And of course they get pie in their face. So I just think that whatever position you do in business, it's your job to do your homework. Whatever you do in football, it is a business, but it's a passionate business. There's a big difference. That I'd be saying, if it's Collingwood looking at, and they were looking at Mitchell clearly, he was captain. Why wasn't he captain the following year? How's he going at Box Hill? I'd be saying the same with whoever's looking like to go and get Collingwood. Find out about the person, find out the player. Don't only talk to the first 5 players. Most coaches that leave after a long time from a football club develop generally a great relationship with the senior players. They're not the ones you ask. You might ask them. Get to the 23rd player. Get to the young player coming in. Get to the player that sits on the fringe. Get to the player who was in and out of the side but then again, you've got to be careful that you don't get a bitter, twisted player either. So get a good picture of how he operates with top and bottom players. Talk to the staff. Talk to fellow coaches. Talk to the trainer. Talk to the person when they walk in the door, the doorman. Go back, find out about his teammates. What do they think of him? So there's so much homework that needs to be done on these jobs.
So do you fear that hasn't been done with Sam Mitchell?
I fear it hasn't been done correctly through AFL, a lot of AFL ties. I think it's certainly picked up, but too often it's about the playing capabilities. No, don't get me around Sam Mitchell. I do not know. These are things I don't know. I'm just saying that I implore people to say, get out there and find out.
But they Collingwood forced Hawthorn's hand.
Absolutely, of course they did. I don't care what Kenneth can say what he likes. Like Justin Regan said, like on ABC radio a few weeks ago, and it's printed in the Herald Sun today. But it was from the West. Clint Wheeldon asked the question to Justin Reeve, "What was his succession?" No way, no, we don't do that sort of stuff. It's too coincidental. It's too much like, you know what, we've got to. If Brett's right in saying it was inevitable, should have been done ages ago, or it gets done later. But right on the minute that there's a hint that he could be going to Collingwood, no.
How much does it complicate matters then that Alistair actually wants to continue coaching? So
that's hard. That's very, very hard.
What do you think, Brett?
Again, I can only go from what I've seen on the outside, and I can only judge probably the most recent one, and that's your case, Mick. And you could see how much you wanted to continue to coach that team, especially after where you've taken them, to then have to hand over the reins. And I can just see that it's like, well, I'm so invested in these boys. I've built them up to what they are. I'm still ready to go, and my resume speaks for itself. It's got to be challenging, doesn't it, when it just gets swept out from under you?
It's a very different situation, I see it, though, from an outsider looking in. I mean, you were in the premiership window. You had just won a premiership, and of course you wanted to continue on. You need buy-in from both parties, and that clearly wasn't the case with Collingwood. With this one, it's a developing list. I think Alistair Clarkson spoke again today. He was emphatic. He said, I will be there all the way through to the end. Love him or hate him, he's a man of his word. And I think that's it. We cannot speculate anymore as to whether Alistair Clarkson will be at Carlton or Collingwood or somewhere else.
Totally agree with you,
somewhere else next week. He will be there. He will stay. He sees himself as, he's got another, 30, 40 games to roll off, and the handshake. He wants to leave there as a legend. He doesn't want to leave on bad terms with this club where he's been, able to win 4 premierships. Do you think, Mick, that Collingwood was genuinely interested in Sam Mitchell? Because when you look at the options out there, there's not a lot of options. Do you think that they would have been keen for him to replace Nathan Buckley?
Look, I'm hearing around the edges, but the tip was that he wouldn't get it. But that's not that doesn't come from that little group they're in there. So. There's rumblings all the time. In football, you hear so many bits and pieces that they may resemble the truth, but they drift either side of it. So who does coach Collingwood? Who does coach the next side that's going to be want to coach? Because there's not a lot out there outside of going to what Matthew Nicks did, coming from that level 4. Justin Longmuir, who incidentally I think is going to be a very good football coach, and I think Matthew Nicks will be. Stuart Dew. There's 3 from that list that I remember talking to. There was a group of 6 or 7 businessmen talking to this group. There's 3. None of them have won a premiership. None of them have got their side in the 8 yet. That's interesting enough. But I think they're all good enough.
And the last one I wanted to ask you, Mick, was this AFL obsession with favourite sons coaching. We've seen it so many times littered throughout history. Most of the time it doesn't work. Is there a similarity between Nathan Buckley and the way he goes about it and Sam Mitchell?
From what I can gather, they're very similar types. Best and fairest, captains, similar type of personalities. I think, funny enough, what you just said seems to be more AFL than any other sport in the world.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a lot of sense, but when you look at premierships won, they're generally won from outside.
Mick Malthouse alongside Brett Delidio, Alistair Nicholson and Kelly Underwood at the Docklands. The roof open for Friday night football. It is Essendon and Adelaide. A late change for the Crows. Hamill in for Himmelberg, who is ill. The final member of our grandstand commentary team tonight is on the boundary. Let's go down to Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Al, it's very, very cool down here on the boundary. A cold night in Melbourne. The roof is open, but a great atmosphere building. Plenty of seagulls, and Dan Jordan, the Essendon forward coach, has joined us. Dan, 2 straight losses. It's crunch time for your team tonight, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, we haven't really been focusing on wins-losses. It's sort of more been about our process and building, and we've come up against 2 quality sides, which we really wanted to test ourselves against, and we're happy with some of the footy we played in patches. Still think we've got a fair bit of growth to go, and we've worked hard on that during the week, and hopefully we can put a bit more of a consistent effort together tonight.
It is a game and a half. You are out of the 8. Do you mention it at all, the finals dream? Is it real? Is it alive? Do you verbal it to the boys?
Oh, look, to be honest, internally, not really. No, we got some really good learnings out of the Geelong game and turned our focus to Adelaide pretty quickly. Some things we really wanted to work on. We really can't control what happens with other results. There's a lot of things happening around the middle of that table there. All we can control is that we're as best prepared to come tonight and try and get a win. As you said, we've sort of dropped the last couple, and the boys are pretty thirsty to try and get back on the winners board.
Can we ask, reviewing last week, the first quarter was unbelievable. Do you concentrate more on that or the 3 quarters that followed afterwards that unfortunately weren't that good?
Well, a little bit of both. I mean, you look at the first quarter and the things that we thought worked for us, and then the 3 quarters after that, particularly probably that second quarter, we broke down a fair bit and also lost a bit of our way in terms of our efficiency going inside 50 and our ability to be able to score once we went in there. Generated plenty of looks inside there. I think we had a fair few more than Geelong, but just unable to connect a little bit. So that's been a heavy focus for us during the week.
Are you confident you can be better at that tonight going forward and making it count?
Yeah, we think so. We've worked on it pretty heavily during the week, and there's all sorts of different things in terms of what goes into that, from delivery and positioning ahead of the ball and having some composure with the footy and making good decisions, all that sort of stuff. So that's probably been our primary focus this week. The boys have trained really well, so hopefully we see some benefit.
Just a feel in the camp. Can I ask you about, the vibe that Zach Merritt signed a couple of weeks ago? Darcy Parish put pen to paper this week. It must be a lot of positivity down in the rooms.
Yeah, there is, and I think it's a testament to the environment that sort of Ben's created under his coaching and also the buy-in from the players. They seem really dedicated to what we're trying to do and working hard at the system. We know that's going to take some time, and they're a very young group, but I think this year we've seen some really positive signs in that in all games, and hopefully as we grow that connection a little bit more, that can translate into a bit more wins.
The one bloke's signature you now need on a contract is Jake Stringer. Celebrates game 150 tonight. As the forward coach at Essendon, what is he like to work with, and what do you expect from him tonight? Could this be a big night for him?
Yeah, well,
he does love the big stage, and there is no bigger stage than tonight, is there?
He does. He's a big fan of the stage. So, look, we were really excited about Jake this year because he had a really terrific pre-season and put a lot of work in and got himself, probably into a physical condition we hadn't seen for a couple of years. And, I was really excited at the start of the year to sort of see what sort of footy he could play and push up into the midfield a little bit more, as well as we know how dangerous he is up forward. But probably just through a few injuries, a couple of hamstrings have sort of disrupted his continuity a little bit. And what we have seen in the last month is he's actually been able to get that continuity, and he's having real impact around the ball. We're using him sort of forward and through the midfield so that we can use his dynamic skills in there, but also we know he's such a sharpshooter in front of goal and can give us some real impetus up forward. So really wrapped for him in terms of probably the last 3 or 4 weeks that we've put together, but it's come as no surprise to me in terms of the work that he's done off field.
As a forward coach, is he a challenge to work with and to win over and to get on your side, or is he great?
No, he's brilliant. He'll do the work, and he's been out doing extras for the last 3 or 4 weeks in terms of really wanting to work on his game and his craft, but also bringing that intensity and that zip around the ball that we know from him. And I have found him not difficult at all to work with. In fact, quite the opposite. I think he's been quite diligent and always willing to learn.
And you're confident he'll sign?
I don't involve myself in any of that. I'm just trying to get him playing the best footy that he can. So, the other guys have signed, and that's probably a testament to the environment, and, hopefully he follows suit.
Marty Gleeson hasn't played since round 2. Nice to see him finally back. He's sort of, I guess, had to go back and wait for the VFL to play. He's played a few games enough to get in. You'd be excited to see him out there tonight.
Yeah, I am. Terrific fella, Marty.
Just a popular guy,
just brilliant for our culture and our young guys, and the way that he sort of brings them along. And it's been great to have that experience in the VFL. It's probably been a little bit of a detriment to him not playing AFL footy. So great to see him get an opportunity back in. Hopefully he can grab that and cement a bit of a spot for the rest of the year. We do like the challenge and for spots in the team. It's generally a side that things are pretty competitive, but he's such a terrific guy around the club, Marty. Everyone wishes him well.
Have you heard from the skipper finally? He had surgery on Wednesday on that busted thumb. When's your gut feel that he might be back?
We're hoping as early as next week. He'll have to obviously tick a few boxes to be able to do that. I think the plan is he'll probably come back next week, see how he can handle the footy and touch it, and all being with the sort of pain threshold, whether he can in fact be able to handle the footy appropriately for him to be able to play. So we're not putting a timeline on it. We'd hope we can get him back for next week, but we obviously need to check that out probably late next week, see how that goes.
That is good news. You got a good feeling about tonight?
I hope so. Look, you come to every game with a good feeling and wanting to put your bestest play on there, but the boys have trained well really during the week and prepared. It's probably been our first break where we haven't had a 6-day break for a number of games. So,
we feel like that they freshened up and they prepared, and hopefully we can come out and give a good account of ourselves.
Really appreciate your time. Thanks for the chat, Dan.
All good, no worries.
There you go, Dan Jordan, the Essendon forward coach.
Good on you, Hodgie, and Tim Hodges will be downstairs with Scott Burns from the Adelaide Crows very shortly on Grandstand AFL as well. So we're about 20 minutes away from the bounce of the ball. Friday night football, the Bombers and the Crows. The late change, Elliot Himmelberg, is out of the Adelaide lineup. He was slated to return, but he is ill. Will Hamill comes in. Ben Davis, the medical sub for the Crows. For the Bombers, it is Braden Ham.
ABC Sport.
Can a red-hot Ash Barty win Wimbledon?
She's already the first Aussie woman in 41 years to make the final.
This is as good a tennis match as I'll ever play, and now we get a chance to try and live out a childhood dream.
Catch Ash as she chases her first Wimbledon crown on ABC Radio.
And ABC Sport Digital Radio tomorrow night. ABC Sport on Social is your sports conversation on the go. Video, player insight and analysis. This is the content you never knew you needed. Get ABC Sport wherever you scroll.
ABC Sport. AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
Right boot from the top angle. Oh, yes.
What a high quality game this is. Tremendous.
It's so good to watch.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
It's a new day, new day, new day, beginning.
Gibbons runs onto it, gathers Harding, it's the boundary time.
Oh, no!
That is a great goal.
Paddles it to his own advantage, bangs it up into the top deck. Kicking inside forward 50. Massive void! What a mark! That's his trademark. Snap from the pocket, splits the middle.
This game is going up a gear.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season.
He started it, he finishes it.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Friday night football pits a couple of the competition's developing sides. The Bombers have developed to an extent that there's still a mathematical possibility of challenging for the finals, while the Adelaide Crows are looking to finish the season on a positive note, as they did last year, making a late run in season 2020 after a difficult campaign early on. Alistair Nicholson to call the action tonight for you alongside Kelly Underwood. Your experts on Grandstand AFL are Mick Malthouse, and Brett Deledio is in tonight for Friday night football. Great to have his company. Shortly we'll go down to the boundary and Tim Hodges will have the Adelaide assistant coach Scott Burns on Grandstand AFL. 0437 774 774 is the number if you want to send us a text message tonight with your thoughts on the events of the week, or if you've got a thought on the game tonight or how your team might go this weekend. 0437 774 774. David at Tewkesbury in Tassie is eating a Tassie scallop pie, enjoying the show, he says. David, I get the sense you basically live on Tassie scallop pies. Mind you, not the worst thing to have in your diet. It's not just AFL coaches. We have far too many players drafted because they had a parent play, says one of our listeners. Looking at Collingwood as one example, the under-18 competition is starting to be you either have some sort of pedigree or attend private school. Is this healthy, says George in Hobart. What do you reckon, Brett Deledio?
Yeah, it's an interesting comment, isn't it? I think we've probably seen a couple of father-sons that haven't worked out as well, but then there's a couple of absolute beauties. I think Libba's probably one that comes to mind. He can certainly play, that kid.
Did you see a future father-son play today?
I did go and have a bit of a sticky beak at the under-19 Metro Country game, and Luke Darcy's young fella Sam was playing. A couple of nice marks, but it wasn't the highs that he got to in the previous game he played where he kicked 6. He only kicked 1 or 2, I think, in the end, but a couple of very good marks. So Rog Aldridge will be pumped with that.
He will.
Nick Dacos? Did you?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I watched him play.
Today?
Yeah, today. The first time I've seen him live, 41-2, Cal. So he has no troubles whatsoever finding the footy and just has more time than any other kid out there on the ground. So Pies fans, if he ends up at the Pies, you'll be very, very happy.
He is worthy of pick one.
At the moment, he stands out as good as anything I've seen so far, yes.
0437 774 774 if you want to get in touch with us. The teams will be making their way out onto the ground very shortly. We can go down to ground level again on Grandstand AFL and visit the Crows side of things with Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Al, for a Magpie, it's a great thrill to have this man beside me, Scott Burns from the Crow camp. Welcome, firstly. Can we ask you about Taylor Walker? He looked no chance last weekend when he got his serious injury. I understand he trained on Tuesday but just hasn't come up. How close did he get to playing tonight?
Yeah, close, but at the same time we weren't going to take any risks, so it was
it was a nasty one, but it could have been a lot nastier as well. And so we just thought, look, if 6-day turnaround, if you're not quite right, don't come. And we've got a 9-day turnaround going into the next game in the West Coast, so it gives an opportunity to really freshen up.
He'll be a pretty angry man on the couch at home tonight, won't he?
Well, he might actually be relaxed, I'm not sure. It'd be interesting to see how he's pulled up today. But yeah, look, it was a really nasty one. Anything when you lose your balance a little bit and you get propelled forward and you hit an oncoming player. So we're just lucky it wasn't any more than just a bit of a wry neck, or a bit more serious than a wry neck. But it could have been a lot more serious.
You've got such a young team tonight, such a young forward line in particular. What are your confidence levels for Friday night footy, the big stage for your young team to perform on?
Yeah, look, they were confident because, as we have done all year, they'll have a red-hot go. We are young. I think when Tex got hurt last week when we went out, the boys were saying that our oldest forward had played 22 games. So, that's young, but there's opportunity. They've got talent, they've got ability, they're hungry. If we can hold up in the midfield, which is going to be a real battle with Stringer and Parrish and Merritt and those sort of boys in there, they're playing some really good footy. But if we can hold up in there and repel enough from half-back, we'll give them plenty of looks.
There's one man more excited than me to talk to you tonight, Scott, and it's Mick Malthouse. Your old coach is upstairs. Mick, I'll send Scott up to you.
Good evening, Scotty. How's things? How's the family and how's South Australia?
Yeah, it's good. We can get out and not wear masks, and there's all those sort of things over there, mate, with the clean air. That's great, but it is good getting back home. I've been obviously away for a long time, parents in their mid-70s, nieces now that are 17, 18, 19, that sort of age too, so just to get around back home amongst the family has been great, and this opportunity at the Adelaide Footy Club, what we're going through right now and what we're developing, I'm really, I guess there's a bit of a spring in my step and really keen to see it out with these boys, and I hope that everyone watches our games this year, especially if you're in Melbourne, just see the intense and the sort of never die attitude that they bring, and there's a little bit of flair as well. So great group to be a part of and really enjoying it. So
I was going to ask the next question. You virtually answered it. So your hat's not in the ring for the Collingwood job?
Well, I'm really happy here, Mick.
What happens if they approach you and said, look, come on, mate, we need you to... Like Paul Licuria, he's one of your great teammates, and he says, look, just come out, at the very least, let us talk to you. What do you say?
Oh, I mean, we still speak, obviously, a fair bit, Mick. As you know, we're all pretty close, but... you want to see people do well, but I don't want to see them do any better than the Adelaide Footy Club as well. But at the same time, I'd be saying, look, personally, Collingwood Football Club, I think you need a fresh start. You need something new.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good, because I've been pushing. I'm not pushing him. Someone's asked me, and I said, Mark Williams. So you see him as a former player. Well, he's come from Adelaide, but he's a former Collingwood captain. So you wouldn't.
No, I'd definitely talk to Mark. No, right, okay. I think just probably I guess when you look at Nathan, you look at myself, they're two pretty similar, I guess, characters that have come through that era, and certainly was working there, 5 years ago. In terms of freshness, what I'm saying is, if Harves wins the next 6 or 7, fantastic, put him in, and if that doesn't occur, then certainly get someone else that's got been around 2 or 3 different clubs and got different ideas.
So, let's go to Adelaide. So, what do you do exactly? I mean, we know that it's a young club. We know you've got a young coach. You seem very excited about it. You've been around to a few clubs. You do know the football scene. So tell us a bit about your role and what we can expect from Adelaide, not necessarily only tonight, but over the next few weeks and then into the next couple of years.
Yeah, well, I'm doing the back line here. That's the line that I'm doing, and that's been fantastic. There's been opportunities like we've just talked about earlier. There's been injuries to some senior players. Tully hasn't played all year, but a bloke like Jordan Butts gets an opportunity. We've got Nick Murray, who was off a tractor and reaping 9 months ago up in country New South Wales. All of a sudden he's on an AFL list and playing some terrific football. So that's been great for me. I love that. I love working with the younger players. At the same time too, doing a fair bit of the opposition for the boys as well. Like as we are with the COVID, we've all been hit pretty hard. The football department's about 40%, sure. So we're double dipping a lot. So you're doing the opposition as well and presenting that each week. So that's good because it's good to keep your toe in the water, really understanding what other teams are doing, if there's anything new or anything that's changing, and just keeping a heads up and making sure you rely on that to our coaches and players, but also Nixie as well.
Sure. Now talking about Matthew Nix, what sort of coach is he? Who does he resemble that you would say that here in Melbourne? Oh, I know we go to South Australia, but for the people who are listening in, particularly those that Essendon people are listening in and they're football people, does he resemble anyone in terms of his not only his character, but his the characteristics of his coaching? Put it that way. And has he crossed paths with Ben Rutten? Because I suspected he would have at some stage.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether he has. You throw me on the spot there, Mick, a little bit, trying to compare him to someone else. And quickly rattling, I can't quite think of anything off the top of my head. He's certainly unique. The best thing about him, he's got his standards that he wants players to stick by, and he's pretty forceful with that, pretty strong with that. Players understand that, but what he has got a great ability to do is have a laugh, not only at himself but at others, and I think you can see that, and hopefully you can see that with the way they're playing. The boys want to be here. They've got their bags on their shoulders as they get out of their car in the mornings with a smile on their face. They want to get to train, and they're happy to be there.
Scott Burns is with us, assistant coach at the Adelaide Football Club. Scott, you mentioned your time at Hawthorn. What did you make of the announcements of the week? And you've talked as well about Collingwood and the direction the club should go in. Would Alistair Clarkson be a good fit for the Pies, do you think?
Geez, that's a good question, isn't it? I mean, if I answer that, I don't think he'd be too happy with me, would he, Clarko, by the looks of what happened today? But, look, it's interesting, is if you look at there's parallels, obviously, between Collingwood and Hawthorn, and you had Mick, that was probably the premier coach at that point in time, Premier's grand final. Then you've got Clarko, 4 premierships, terrific coaches. And at this stage, look, if I owned the Collingwood Football Club, if I owned any other club, I may well give him a call, but that's up to him. What I do know about Clarko, though, he's terrifically loyal. What he says is generally what will happen. I've got no doubt that he'll put Hawthorn above anything else, and certainly be there to support Mitch throughout this time as well. But look, I guess as we know in the football world, there's always things that come up and surprise us at times.
Scott, just to love the insights on Collingwood and the vacant position and what you think that they need a clean start. Does that mean, just to clarify, that you won't put your hand up at all for that position? Or
No. Look, I'm really happy in Adelaide, and
okay.
I want to see this journey out with the boys. Like I said, I'm loving working with Nixie. A young group we've got with assistant coaches. Just really enjoying my time there, and it's not. Look, this isn't a quick fix. We know that. I think you know that from Melbourne as well. Not saying that we can't turn it around quickly, but there's quite a few big steps still to be taken at the Adelaide Football Club, and I certainly want to be a part of that and see the journey out with them.
One of those steps is the development of Darcy Fogarty. He was picked 12 going back about 3 or 4 years ago. I think he's seen, particularly in Footy Mad Adelaide, as the next Tex Walker, but he wasn't selected. Instead, you went for Himmelberg. Where's Darcy at with his footy?
Yeah, look, Darcy's probably been a little bit up and down this year. The thing with Darcy is when he gets the ball in his hands and has a shot on goal, he doesn't miss. A beautiful kick, and look, in some ways we've got to get the ball more to him as well. We haven't quite been able to do that. Look, he's probably been a little bit up and down. Hasn't been bad, but hasn't been playing to the level he probably would have liked to have been as well. And we're still trying to get a gauge on where we're headed to. It's not just Darcy in his 4th year, but we've got Himmelberg, who I think's only 22, Frampton 24, so we're pretty young in that area. We're pretty confident, obviously, Thilthorpe's going to be around for a while down that part of the ground. And the really unfortunate thing tonight, though, is Himmelberg's been crook, so he's had to come out late. So we've had to change the team a little bit tonight. So we're actually going to go a little bit smaller. We'll just have the 2 tools down there, and that changes things. And it's really unfortunate because Himmelberg was playing some really good football towards the back end of last year, especially as a second ruck to support Riley O'Brien as well. So it's disappointing on his behalf, and probably from our behalf as well, because we would have loved to see him get in and have a good run at it.
Always great to have a chat to you, Scott. Thanks for your time tonight, and all the best.
Appreciate it.
Good night.
That's Crow's assistant on the boundary with Tim Hodges, Scott Burns on Grandstand AFL. The 2 teams are out on the ground. Alistair Nicholson and Kelly Underwood to call the action for you tonight. The Bombers just doing some clearance work, and Darcy Parish and Zach Merritt have been so key for them in that area this season. The Crows have got their away strip, the yellow top, the predominantly yellow top. Paul Siebesman's got the long sleeves on, so the full yellow sleeves out there to go with the fluoro green boots as well. So we're not too far away from the opening bounce. Friday night football. Last night, of course, Melbourne. Form had been fluctuating a little bit in recent times, the Demons, but very good last night. 12-14-86 defeating Port Adelaide 8-7-55. So Ken Hinkley refuses to concede that his team can't contend this season, but the numbers suggest that Port Adelaide's got some work to do, having won only 1 of 6 against top 8 opposition this season, 10 out of 10 against bottom 8 opposition. Where do you see the power at the moment, Brett Deledio?
Well, I had them at the top of the tree at the start of the year, Al, to be honest, and I thought they were, the next best team outside of obviously the Tigers just nutted them in the prelim, didn't they? So I expected them to rise. Obviously, some injuries have really cruelled them. You're right. You just can't see them beating the best teams, and I think that's going to be the worry. Albeit, they've been okay. They've done some good things. in those games, but I think they just rely too much on their best players and their next rung under, Boak, Wines, Charlie Dixon to a certain extent. Just under that, I think they haven't got enough out of. Amon's come on a bit. I like what he does. Dan Houston's he's stagnated a little bit. I thought he was starting to really show some things, but I reckon if they can get a bit more out of those guys, because they're young kids, they're stars, aren't they? But I'm not really sure. I don't think they're good enough just yet.
Was last year their year, Mick? I mean, they just went down in that prelim to Richmond. You look at the ages of some of their stars, and Robbie Gray's past 30. There's a few of them. Dixon's 30. Travis Boak.
Yeah, that's a good observation, Kel. I think that those kids, I think they've missed the kids. I really think that Butters is such a hard, desperate player. He hurt himself again last night. So they've missed that block of him.
Still no Dersma either.
And Dersma's a good finisher. So they lose those type of players. But I think Charlie Dixon's the biggest disappointment in the AFL. I think that when it's a bit like, you can be a bully boy to a lot of clubs. And I like him. I mean, he's a nice bloke and he plays hard and he plays passionate football. But when it gets down to the chips get down against the better sides, he just goes missing. He just can't. And maybe there's a lot of things that the cogs got to work together. Maybe the midfield aren't as productive in delivering the ball to where he wants it, so it sets it up for a good defence to be able to clear it. Now, when you're playing a lesser side, that unfolds for you, and all of a sudden you're able to bully the player on you, or you're able to find a bit of space. So it's a combination. But I think he's a major disappointment in the big games, and I think that Boak is a good player, but probably doesn't match up really with the great players of the competition in the big games, because you've got to be consistent. It's okay to have one or two good ones, but you've got to be really good against the top side, and that's where you should be judged. So I think, unfortunately, you might be right. It might have been last year.
Cameron Mooney made the point on Fox Footy last night. Every Batman has his Robin, and Charlie Dixon just doesn't. There hasn't been someone that stood up as his partner in crime.
Georgiades' hanger last night was a sign of what he's capable of.
Yeah, I don't know whether that's size-wise, though. Marshall should be it. It's Marshall, isn't it? Yeah. But he got injured last year and showed a bit. He got injured again this year. So he has had no real, probably 5 or 6 good weeks where he's been able to get hold of the game and grab the game in games where he can actually work with Dixon. But he hasn't. So even last night, no score last night. So they're the players that got to step up. So Lysette's a very important player for them. How long is he going to last? Ruckman seems to last forever these days. When you look at Mumford, when you fall, make sure you fall on something that's softer than the ground. And, of course, we know Mumford does that a fair bit. I love him.
Usually an opposition player. Brett Toledo, that felt like an important win for Melbourne, just to steady things up a little bit. They dropped 3 of their previous 6 games, but dropped them against teams outside of the 8 when they had met. Yeah,
I think what I noticed last night, just from watching on the TV, was that their pressure was back, essentially probably from their small forwards. A few people have been questioning where Cosy Pickett was at. Bobs up, kicks 3, has 9 tackles. I mean, that's a big game. I think, their stars. Petrarca was huge last night. There's no doubt about that. You talk about Boak and his ability in big games to stand up. Well, Petrarca did that, 33 and 3. There's not much more you can do. Oliver still gets his 30-odd touches and a heap of clearances, a heap of contested footy. Max Gawn's just unflappable. He just goes about his business. For a ruckman to get around, tap it where he does, but also get 20-odd touches and clunk it, going very, very well.
Rod from Hobart on the text, 0437774774 was just raising exactly what Kelly did a moment ago. I think Port lack another tall forward to support Dixon. Thank you, Rod, for your text. 0437774774 if you want to get in touch tonight. Mick Malthouse, Brett Toledo, let us in on where you see this game going tonight. What are the key elements to it?
Well, I think it's going to be... what I enjoy watching about the Bombers is that they're exciting right across the board in terms of what they can do. Their midfield, Merritt, Parrish, they certainly light up. I wonder whether they get a bit of a run with Mick. I'm not sure whether you would have been that way inclined if you were coaching against them tonight. Up front, I really like the work of young Harry Jones and Ridley down back. I really like him down there. But the Crows play an exciting brand as well. But I think it's going to come down to, can they kick enough goals? I don't know whether they can tonight. A lot of work's going to have to be done by Keys, who's having a great year, and probably Roy Sloane in the midfield.
Yeah, I think you're right. And you asked me, would I tag? Now, Brett,
I know.
Did I tag you or not?
Every time we play.
Right. Okay. So that probably tells you that I would be tagging tonight, and I'd be identifying the main distributor of the ball.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the outside player, but the distributor. So, yes, the answer is that. I actually tagged you as a centre-half back with Toofs. That's right. It made his mark on football. It might have been his first or second game.
Here's your chance to return the favour tonight, Ledge. You can tag Mick Malthouse.
No,
lockdown.
You only tag good players, mate. You should be. He's a very good footballer. Let me tell you, very good footballer. I'm just looking for an exciting game of football. Essendon have got to win this, and they've got to win it comfortably, knowing that they've still got a faint chance of making the 8. Because if you lose that hunger because you don't think you're going to make it, game goes anywhere.
There's a good atmosphere in the Docklands tonight. It's Essendon and Adelaide on Grandstand AFL with Kelly Underwood.
Sloan next to Stringer in the middle as Draper rises high over the top of O'Brien. Straight down to Merritt. Handballs it off to Dev Smith. From 50 out for the perfect start. Langford's going to mark it on the line. No, he doesn't. He fumbles it right on the goal line. Smith could have gone for home. It was offline, running back with the flight, a fumble. So the first score of the night took all of 20 seconds behind to the Bombers.
Kelly brings the ball into the outer side back flank. Up in front, Redmond didn't mark. Laird roved for Adelaide. Averaging 35 possessions the last month. He kicks it around the wing and it bounces out in front of Berry. We'll go down to the boundary line. Tim Hodges.
Al, it's a freezing cold Melbourne Friday night, just 7 degrees. The roof is open, and just a word on the crowd. It's fantastic to see so many people back here at the Docklands. I was here last Thursday night when no one showed up for the Suns and the Tigers. The Bombers expecting around 25,000 tonight. I think we might be there or even a bit more.
O'Brien tapped it down. It was roved by Laird. The umpire saw a free kick and it's going Essendon's way off the ball, and looks like they are trying to rough up Darcy Parish a bit, because he was being manhandled, and will have the free kick on the left half-back flank.
He elects to go the short option. High foot, and he finds Hind. So this is on the City side wing. Brings it back inboard across half-back. Ridley marks uncontested.
Essendon at their best move the ball that quickly. They don't give a chance to tag or to set up.
Ridley kicks to the City side wing, where Wright was in front position, couldn't take the mark. It pinballs around in there. Duday with a tackle, and the umpire's seen something, says it's holding the ball. Duday with the free kick. It was Nick Cox caught with it. So a chance for Adelaide here. Duday's going to kick all the way back into the defensive 50. Butts marks uncontested, shares it with Kelly. Kelly now on his left, dabs it to Seedsman in the long sleeves tonight. Draped in yellow is Seedsman. He pinpoints a player all by himself in Duday, and he can take off and run down that City wing. Back into Laird. Short kick to Schoenberg. This is a good build-up. Schoenberg then looks for and finds Frampton, who juggles the mark. Got rid of his opponent, did Billy Frampton. Juggles the mark only 25 metres out on a 45-degree angle, kicking to the northern end in this first term.
Well, there was a real risk there to kick the ball to Seedsman. Seedsman marked that with pressure from behind, but he's been in great form, Seedsman, all year. So he's the number one carry player. He's the number one marking player. That's great play by Adelaide. Really impressive play.
So Billy Frampton in a one-on-one was able to outmark Jayden Laverty. Can he convert? 2 goals, 9 for this season so far. He's been inaccurate, and he's inaccurate in the opening couple of minutes here. 3 gone, and it's a point apiece between the Bombers and the Crows.
Ridley brings the ball back into the left back pocket for Essendon. Goes to Hind to defensive 50 and Redmond. Down at the Fletcher end of the ground to where the Crows are attacking. Lloyd end is the end to which the Bombers go. The kick goes to Langford, defensive side of the City wing for the Bombers. Langford takes his time, so no quick movement here for Essendon. He plays on, sends his kick to the half-forward flank. Jones nudged under the ball. Butts takes the defensive mark for Adelaide, right half-back. Just a very subtle nudge. Effective work from the Crows defender. Now the short pass back inside defensive 50 to Duday. Duday goes to Murray, and Murray can come to left half-back and Jones.
Just trading soft blows at the moment. They're all playing defensively. The kick from Jones goes nearly out of bounds on the full. The Bombers, great fans thought it was, but Rory Sloane, cool and calm, marks it. defensively to Duday, and he's going to go all the way back to Butts, who started this passage of play from very much the same spot, around the city side. Short, sharp passes. This is Schonberg into Laird, all by foot. Working the angles here, the Crows, on the edge of that centre square. The kick to Seedsman has been marked. Oh, and this is dangerous. That angles up for an anxious moment there. Rory Sloane got absolutely crunched by Gleeson coming over the top. And he's a little sore, Sloane. It meant a 50-50 ball. They piled on top. And now it'll be a ball up just inside the centre square. Tossed in the air. Draper straight through the hands of Stringer. Pouncing on it was Seedsman. Merritt had it. He was tackled. Got it to Parrish. Can't quite work its way to Guelphy. Goes through his legs, in fact. Hines able to mop it up across half-back to Redmond. And now it is Gleeson for the Bombers.
Dangerous kick to centre half back. Frampton couldn't sweep. Langford mark. Gave to Laverty. Tumble putt around the wing. Cleanly gathered for Essendon by Cox. Nice evasion. Got around Kelly. Hand pass to the running Langford. A long hand pass forward out in front of Waterman. And he's got Jones for company. The umpire spotted a free kick though. It's coming back. In fact, a downfield free kick. So Waterman will have it. Left half forward. 70 metres from goal. Wright and Stringer are deep. The kick goes inside the 50. Draper taps it down. Rode by Devon Smith. Hand pass out to Parrish. Over his head, a hand pass to Tippin Woody. Dishes it off. The shot at goal. Misses on the left-hand side. Redmond unable to make the most of the opportunity from 45 out. Essendon by a point at the 5-minute mark.
Well, a dominating possession at the moment, the Crows, but not a lot of sorties inside 50. A lot of half-back, get to the ball to the centre of the ground, wing, and just lose it. And that's the difference between a really good side that gets in them marks ball inside 50.
So they bring it back in defensively. Butts with the long kick, and it's marked by Frampton. So a couple of impressive marks from Billy Frampton to start this match. He brings it back inboard to Laird, who gives it off to the run of Smith. Goes long, looking for Berry down there. It's thumped away by Gleeson. It should stay in play. And going without it was Scholl. He runs over the boundary line. It'll be a boundary throw-in right where the 50 meets the boundary for the Adelaide Crows.
So 2 points plays 1 point at the 6.5-minute mark. The Bombers in the lead early. Thrown back into play, 45 metres from the Adelaide goal. Draper in front, knocked to the side, picked up by Laird. Defensive hand pass out the back. A curling kick from Scholl inside the 50 on his left boot, hits the ground. Picked up in defence by Redmond of Essendon. Off to Gleeson, skids a kick along the ground through defensive 50. Cox is over it. He's tackled by Laird, needs to knock it out. The umpire says a ball up. Right half forward for the Adelaide Crows, 55 from goal.
Well, slow and steady to start this one. Friday night footy on Grandstand AFL. Draper wins it in the ruck. The umpire spots a free. He's giving it to Parrish. A holding call, so a free kick to Darcy Parrish inside the defensive 50. Yet to see a spark. Who can ignite something special here? That's a strong mark from Langford. Right on centre wing in the contest, rising high. He's told to play on. He wheels around onto the right. He's looking for Peter Wright, who got caught behind. The player in front is Nick Murray, taking the defensive mark for the Crows. Again, they move it quickly, short by foot to Seedsman, who goes long to Frampton. Good spoil from Gleeson. Closing speed late, came in with the right fist, and he killed it over the line.
He's become a really good pivotal piece, hasn't he, down there in the back line, Laverty. I think he's been really good. Just need to see those key tools for Essendon. Bring that ball to ground. Make a contest.
Yeah, Jaden Laverty it was with that spoil late. He's got that match-up on Frampton. Boundary throw-in right in front of the interchange gates. Draper follows up his own work. Can he get down and pick it up? No. Rory Sloane beats him to it. Just tosses it on the boot. And out-marking McHenry there was Redmond. Short to Merritt. Now they've got some movement and some run and some flow. He goes to Gleeson, who goes to Cutler, who drives it from 40 metres out directly in front and misses. So a couple of missed opportunities for the Bombers to start this. They've got 3 behinds. The Crows 1 behind at Essendon by 2 points after nearly 9 minutes.
Yeah, and they're making light work of the way they come through that centre to have those shots. It's only a matter of time before they start knocking him over. I think Crows are just starting to... Well, they started quick, now they're starting to slow it down a bit, which is aiding Essendon to get that run.
Duday went to Keys, who went to Kelly in the back pocket. Now back to Duday, top of the goal square, and he tries the right half-back flank. And Murray has signed a 2-year contract extension during the week. Scott Burns told us pre-game, so long ago he was on the tractor at Henty in rural New South Wales, and now a fixture in the Adelaide lineup. Crows out of defence, kick to the wing. Ridley felt he was pushed under the ball. No free kick. Cutler, a defensive hand pass. Missed. Merritt goes over the boundary line. Adelaide's attacking side of the City wing. The Bombers 3 behinds. The Crows 1 behind. Almost 10 played on Grandstand AFL.
I'm loving the ruck duel.
Yeah.
Two
unconventional ruckmen,
aren't they? But Draper's got something about him, though. He's just going to grow as the season...
He's got something about him, all right. It's a very bad haircut, but he does well in the ruck contest here. Merritt gives it over the top, a little give and go with Waterman, who got it back. Waterman breaks the tackle, somehow he slides into ground. Keys, nice pick up. The handball a little bit too hot for Seedsman. He's going for the boundary. Does he keep it in? He does. Handball's over the top, and the Crows able to repel a fast attack there by the Bombers. Markers taken by Pedler, closing late with Stewart, made him earn it. He's got it inside the square. Pedler just pulls the kick at the last minute, and it favours... It favours Frampton. Frampton now out in front of his teammate in Lockie Murphy, who tries the snap in the left forward pocket on his left boot. It was curling back, but he didn't put enough spin on it, and it's another miss for the Crows. So 3 behinds, plays 2 behinds to start this Friday night clash.
Yeah, Essendon keeping their back 6, and that was evident then. There was 2v1. It was a good kick out the front of Murphy to make him have to make the play, but you're not going to be doing too much damage if you can't get that 6th forward up the ground.
Redmond into the back flank. Butts punched it down, rove by Snelling. His kick around the corner over the head of Jones. There's been a degree of sloppiness early in some of the ball use. Maybe they're used to playing with the roof closed. It's gone out of play at the interchange. I'm not sure what's happened, how they've distracted them. Maybe they've put punnets of hot chips by the train station or something. There's not a seagull in sight, and there have been seagull plagues at Docklands in recent times with the roof open. Thrown in. Got some snipers on the roof. Mick Malthouse socked forward by Pedler up towards the half-forward flank. Little toe poke from McHenry. Adelaide's way. Frampton there with Laverty. And Laverty sees it over the boundary line, 55 metres out from the Adelaide goal at left half-forward. It's Essendon by a point. And we still search for our first goal at the 12-minute mark.
It's a bit of a stalemate, isn't it, to start this one? No real run and flow. Both teams still searching for their rhythm. Wright is into the ruck. Gets it down to Snelling. They pile on top of him. McKay now head over the footy. Can't break a tackle. Parrish just rips it from him. Gets the handball to Langford, was good, but his handball looking for Waterman was too hot, and it goes over the boundary line. So we'll reset. Half forward here for the Adelaide Crows, kicking to the northern end. Roof open here at Docklands.
I just love the Essendon's forward, like a little box formation, 50 metres from the stoppage, so they know that they can contest the ball if there's a quick kick out.
Shallow throw in. Thilthorpe was able to get a fist to it just down to Schonberg, who's hit with a couple of Bombers, falls to ground. Razor Ray doesn't want to waste any time. He tosses it in the air. This time right behind his head to Langford. To Hind. Does well. Good little gather. Takes off the speedster, and he puts the kick out in front of Perkins, who marks strong right in front of his eyes. Nick Hines just provided that dash and that moment of excitement. Now Perkins, slow with the delivery, goes towards Harry Jones on the City wing. It beat him. Hamill's at the back. He's got Smith for company, and he's given away a free kick, Devon Smith. And it was Razor Ray that gave it, and you can see what the Bombers fans think about that. Will Hamill, the late inclusion, in for Elliot Himmelberg, who's sick tonight.
Low kick down the line of the square. It was punched down by Redmond. Sloane got it, tackled by Redmond. Hand pass out to Scholl. Defensive hand pass to the 50. Picked up by Duday. He evades Devon Smith and kicks Adelaide back to the wing to a pack of 3. In front, McHenry hands to it, not the mark. Going through hard was Murphy. His hand pass out. Pedler couldn't take it. Schonberg swooped. Tackled as he got a little kick forward. Picked up by Frampton. Off to Murphy. He's taken high by Ridley. Free kick Adelaide. Moves it quickly inside 50. Chase Jones the target, but intercepted beautifully by Laverty. Read it well in the air and got in front of the smaller man to mark. He kicks to right half back and finds Guelphy.
Well, they've got no hope of scoring Adelaide with that set up in the forward line. There were 4 Essendon players. Eventually, an Adelaide player was able to break through 50, but you've got to keep at least 4 players in position, and don't lose your shape. Otherwise, you just keep getting a kick back against you.
So Laverde now goes long down the line on the broadcast side, and it's thumped clear by Murray over the boundary line.
That one player who did get free was a half-back flanker who was charging down the offside of the ground. So one of Philthorpe or Frampton, I think, needs to hold their shape that you're talking about, Mick.
Brett Delidio joining us on Friday night grandstand here. And it's 3 points plays 2 points at the 15-minute mark of this opening term. McKay wrapped up in a wonderful tackle by Guelphy. Umpire doesn't blow his whistle. Crows are able to scoop. Kick goes towards Frampton. Once again, Laverde beats it to it. Frampton knocks it out of his arms, and he's given away a 50.
Yeah, silly play and deserved. That's exactly what the 50 is all about.
So Laverde getting on top in that matchup early. Frampton took the first mark, but Laverde's had plenty of the ball and outmarks him. Frampton, frustrated, just slapped the ball out of his hands. Laverde now on the broadcast wing, kicks backwards just behind the centre circle where Ridley marks uncontested. And then short to Cutler. Cutler has a dash. Drives it long, a penetrating kick, big pack forms, O'Brien flies, slips through his hands, right lays a tackle. And it'll be a ball up 35 metres out from the Bombers' goal.
Bombers by points. 16 minutes played and we haven't had a goal in the game. Knocked down by Jones of Essendon. Gathered it, gave it to Parrish. He's caught from behind. Great tackle by Schonberg. Locked in 20 metres from the Essendon goal.
Yeah, it's a bit higgledy-piggledy, the forward line for Adelaide. Bombers haven't done much better though, really, have they?
Hooker palmed it down. In ruck, it comes to the back. Parrish shoots a hand pass through. Missed Harry Jones. He does run towards the boundary and gathers. Schonberg, another superb tackle. It spills to the side to Parrish. He shoots it out to Hooker, who kicked over his shoulder and missed. From the right forward pocket, he was trying to conjure something spectacular there. It's another behind. 4 behinds plays 2 behind. 16-minute mark first term on Grandstand AFL.
So the inside 50s, Essendon 5, Adelaide 4, and we still haven't had a goal. I thought these two teams were meant to be running, exciting, high-scoring, attacking. That's what you guys were telling us pre-match.
Exactly, Kelvin. But it's disappointing. Both setups have been quite poor.
Here's a chance for Sloane. Breaks the tackle, handballs back to Laird, gives it off to Pedler across half-back. Pedler kicks into the centre of the ground, which was dangerous, and it's chopped off by Langford. Right on the edge of the bullseye. He wants to go quickly. He puts it out towards Stringer. It's Stringer and Hamill, and he outmuscles Hamill. You can see that happening every day of the week. But unfortunately, an unkind bounce, and it rolled over the boundary line. Jake, in his 150th, was just sniffing a goal from about 60 metres out already.
Just trying to get a set-up, some sort of setup as far as the stoppage goes and forward and back of the play, but there's just no consistency, is there, Brett, at this stage?
Right, palmed it down. Schonberg got a little defensive hand pass and no one. Went back and won it again. Gave to Chase Jones. Clearing left foot kick towards the boundary line. Goes out. I suspect he's in trouble. Free kick Essendon. Insufficient intent to keep the ball in play.
The Essendon player missed it by about a metre. It shows you how bad it was.
Hind takes the free kick for the Bombers. A high one inside the attacking 50. Rights in the pack. Jones back with the flight. Push in the back. Free kick Adelaide. It's going to go to Riley O'Brien in the right back pocket. 18 minutes played on Friday night football. Essendon 4 behinds. Adelaide 2 behinds. If you weren't with us earlier, Elliot Himmelberg did not make his return for the Crows. He's ill. Will Hamill, the late replacement.
O'Brien long down the line towards Frampton, waiting out the back with Sloane, tries to fend off, hands to Laird. He can do his run over the boundary line, so another throw in.
How would you like to have an ad on commercial TV, Kel? You'd go broke, wouldn't you, in a game like this? You wouldn't see it.
Well, Jake Stringer, I mentioned, he started in the midfield alongside Rory Sloane at the first bounce. He's playing his 150th. He hasn't had a touch so far. Wright and O'Brien tangle in the ruck. Sloane goes to ground. Schonberg, the little toe poke, and it pulls off a little bit lucky there because Rowe's able to take the mark. Uncontested. on the City wing. He flares it wide where Sloane marks uncontested. Skipper happy just to slow it down. There's not much on offer.
Well, there's no Tex Walker up there, and that's a real problem.
Young and inexperienced forward line. He goes towards Frampton, leaping over the top. Was right for the Bombers. McHenry scurries, flicks it, gets it down to Murphy, tries to beat a couple, comes back to Berry. Berry's handball though, bunted down, a good smother. Langford, holding call by the umpire, and it'll go Essendon's way. And Zach Merritt will be the recipient in the back pocket for Essendon after we got just under 6 minutes to play in this first term. Bombers by 2 points.
Merritt to Ridley in the goal square. He kicks to right half back and Cox. Cox measures his kick around the wing, finds the returning Gleeson. Gleeson feints to hand pass. He's confronted by Pedler. He kicks to half forward. Perkins initiated body contact on Duday. Didn't take it, but Waterman gathered near the boundary line. Hand pass to Stelling. He's caught by Hamill. Got a hand pass out to Waterman. At left half forward. Off to Cox. Off a step. Cox kicks into the forward pocket. Right up. Couldn't take it. Was he dragged down? Yes. Essendon fans made that very obvious to umpire Ray Chamberlain. So Peter Wright, right forward pocket, 30 metres from goal. He's about 5 or 6 metres in from the boundary, so it's an acute angle.
Come on, big fella, give us something to cheer about at the start of this game. Good work rate from Pete. Started down there, spoiled that ball in the defensive 50 and worked his way down to be a big forward target. Had his arms chopped and didn't get a chance to have a fly at it, so usually reasonably reliable set shot, isn't he, Al? So you give him every chance, but he's acute, as you said.
21-minute mark opening term. Peter Wright for the opening goal of the game. He steers it away to the right. 5 behinds Essendon. Adelaide 2 behinds. The TV networks are calling the AFL Players Association and demanding to know why you can't have more than one 5-day break a season. They had wanted the Bulldogs in Sydney tonight. Let's wait and see if this improves. Let's go down to Tim Hodges on the boundary. The Bombers by 3 points.
Al, not that the footy's boring, but I've been kind of interested in your call for the Seagulls. I think they've heard you. They're all sitting up on the roof watching down. I think they're just biding their time, waiting for half-time for the fans to go and get some hot chips.
When the hot chips actually do come out. So Brodie Smith with the kick-in duties went long and eventually it went over the boundary line. We'll reset and go again. We've got the windows open here in the commentary box, Mick. Don't get whatever you do, don't get some hot chips at half time.
I know Sal's got a sandwich there. That might go out. Just flick one, see what happens. I've got possums in my joints, so I mean, I'm trying to put masks all over out my balcony to see if I can keep them away.
At ground level, here go the Bombers. Parrish was involved. Now Gleeson. Merritt, who started it all. Back to Marty Gleeson, who's back in the team. The kick doesn't have enough distance on it. It's off hands. McDonald, Tippermorty lurking. He goes to ground. Here's a chance for Snelling. Handballs backwards to Waterman, right on the 50. He gives it back to Snelling. He kicks around the corner. Working his way in front was Hooker. Couldn't take the mark. And then he follows up with a tackle on Smith in the pocket. They're getting closer, these Bombers. Hooker might have got one in the midriff. He's down behind play, but now he's okay. He bounces back up. He takes his spot in the goal square. Boundary throw in here. Essendon's attacking end.
Flick to the back. McDonald, Tipperwoody there, but Brodie Smith goes through. Tackle, dispossessed. Proudwater holding the ball. Laird, hands and knees. Hand pass out to McKay. He clears for the Crows to the back flank. Cutler in the road for Essendon. In tight hand pass to Merritt. 55 from goal. Deep kick towards Hooker in the pack. Punched away and over the boundary line it goes. Now, Mick Malthouse, can you just clarify? To get rid of possums in your backyard, you use masks?
No, these are scary masks. I've put a football in one, and I've put orange peel in the other one because they're just absolutely... They've killed all my star jasmine. Eaten it all.
O'Brien knocks it down. Laird gets a hold of it for Adelaide. Seedsman receives a hand pass on the last line. He clears out to the half-back flank. Had different possum methods in Kyabram, I'd imagine. Brett Deledio over the boundary line, 70 metres out from the Essendon goal. We still
RSE PCL. I'll be talking about this one. Brett,
23-minute mark. First term, a 3-point lead to Essendon over Adelaide.
I'll leave that alone.
Merritt's had it 8 times. Rory Laird's had it 10, leading the way. It's been a messy start. We're still goalless. It's thumped back here to Hine, who penetrating kick, goes long, waiting at the back. Here's a chance for Hooker. And Cale Kyle Hooker mops up in the goal square and breaks this goal drought. The first goal of the evening comes at the 24-minute mark of this opening term. And boy, it was a long 24 minutes. 1-5-11 Essendon. The Crows 2 behind. It's a lead of 9 points.
Well, isn't it good to have a good crummer in the forward line? Kyle Hooker. Well, he's the last one you would think after last week's game. He was running through treacle last week, so he's improved a little bit, but that ball was... That's a lack of, I guess, talk between the defenders of Adelaide. All flew, ball hits the deck. Nomination, if you're there, you've got to go for it, certainly, but you've also got to cover the back of the pack, and that was covered by an Essendon player being Hooker.
Yeah, young Bucks just lost him, didn't he? Had his real chance and missed it.
High bounce in the middle. Draper taps it down for Essendon. Laird skids over the top of it. Merritt a hand pass out. McKay works his way through and wins it for Adelaide. High kick inside the attacking 50. Up they fly. No mark taken. Gleeson's lurking row as well. Gleeson goes in hard and low. Almost took the legs of Frampton. Hand pass along the ground from Merritt. Slick hand pass Parrish. Away to a running Cutler. 2 bounces through the centre corridor. This looks more like Essendon. A third bounce. A kick inside the 50. McDonald, Tippemorty. Oh, back with a flight. He's collected Duday. Duday with unbelievable commitment to try and defend for his side. He was smashed in the air as McDonald Tippemorty went up for the mark. Play goes on. Adelaide tries to clear. Pedler mown down, holding the ball. Merritt's free kick directly in front. 45 metres out. Duday is bravely trying to get to his feet in the back play, but can't. Stringer's pass round the back to Stringer, and the milestone man, the enigmatic Jake Stringer, has driven through the goal. Essendon second, 2-5-17 to Adelaide, 2 behinds at the 26-minute mark. A game that had very little going on in it has all of a sudden sprung to life in a big way.
Well, that's one of the bravest acts you'll see on the football field. He has just run straight back into that pack, and honestly, I think the whole crowd held their breath. And I know that McDonald Tippemorty, he was first over there because he thought, I'm suspecting it's more winded than it is concussion. It's got him right through the middle.
We are watching replays on the giant screen.
Yeah, it's got him through the ribs.
That is chilling bravery, isn't it? That is...
it's
spectators are putting both their hands up to their mouth.
It's unbelievable.
Cannot believe what they've witnessed.
He's likely to come back on because I don't reckon it's concussion. It's more he got him through the shoulder into the chest area. So he's probably been severely winded more than anything else, but what an outstanding effort.
This is almost an exclusively Essendon crowd, and they are clapping Tom Duday from the field. That was kamikaze-like, the way he went back with the flight.
And you could see it happening, couldn't you, Al? You could see it sort of 10, 15 metres away happening, and you sort of thought, don't keep going, keep going.
Yeah, you could.
He did.
Tim Hodges has got the best view of Tom Duday as he comes off the field. Hodgie, down to you.
He tried to run. He goes again here, and he's got no air in his lungs at all. He is a sore boy, and they're going to take him. They're going to take him straight down to the rooms, guys. So yeah, I think he just needs a moment down there, but it looks like he'll be okay to come back on the ground.
Well, you're right, Al. I wrote the words down. Sprung to life. It certainly did. 2 quick ones from the Bombers, and they win it out of the centre again. The kick goes towards Harry Jones. He fumbled it. Nick Murray does well. Gets it up to O'Brien. The ruckman casually kicks through the centre. Thilthorpe with a fumble, and it allows Cutler to pounce to Hind. Hind kicks it high and wide to Guelphy, who can release the run of Merritt. He has a bounce, draws the defender, handballs over the top to the golden boy in Parrish. Parrish pokes it into the pocket. Who's there? Murray playing in front of Jones. Thumps it down. It was a good spoil. Only as far as Hooker to McDonald, Tippemorty to Stringer with the fend off. Gets around 1, gets around 2. He's running backwards. The retreating kick to Ridley. They're skirting the perimeter here. Finds Cutler. 60 metres out.
It's good play by Essendon setting it up. Stringer knew he couldn't see a target, so it was well done.
So Cutler just bombs it into the pocket. 1-on-1 there. Perkins. And it was Kelly. Kelly with the experience. Perkins goes to ground. Kelly kicking himself because he didn't take the mark in the end. He fumbled it over the boundary line. So it'll be a throw-in deep in the attacking 50 for the Bombers. They lead it by 15 points in the final minute before quarter time.
Thrown back into play. Harry Jones and O'Brien. O'Brien the tap. Stringer there. Murray uses his strength to work Stringer off it though. They're both over it. Round the back goes Hamill. He's caught over the shoulder. And a free kick for Adelaide. The late inclusion with Elliot Himmelberg ill and not taking his place in the lineup. Hamill in the left back pocket. Jackie's listening in from Jabiru. Hi, Mick. The RSPCA might be able to assist you with some possum traps. Go the Crows, says Jackie. 0437774774. And Chris in Western Victoria. Hi, Mick. Just wait till the possums start galloping along the ridgeline of your roof at 3 o'clock in the morning. Not much fun, says Chris.
I'll lose a few tennis balls on the way then.
Kick goes to the back pocket. Seedsman brings it out of defence through the half-back flank for the Crows. High kick to the wing. Up they go. Murphy and Hyde. And it's off hands and over the boundary line. Throw in centre wing. 2-5-17 Essendon. Adelaide 2 behinds. And we're almost at quarter time. Just a couple of seconds to go until the break. 0437774774. If you want to get in touch regarding football or fauna. That is quarter time. 2-5-17 Essendon. Adelaide 2 behinds on Grandstand AFL at quarter time. The goal kickers for Essendon, Stringer and Hooker. For Adelaide, Tom Doedee, a sheer act of bravery going back with the flight of the ball, was collected heavily when Anthony McDonald-Tipungwuti went up for a mark and really struggled to come to his feet. He came off the ground. It might go down to Tim Hodges on the boundary just to see if he has re-emerged from the rooms. Hodgie?
No, Al, he is still in the rooms. I just wonder whether there is a little bit of a concussion test that they're looking for. It is always interesting to watch the medical sub these days. Ben Davis, he jumped up and thought this was his big chance, and the physio did come off the ground with Doedee and said, no, he'll be okay, so sit back down, young fella. So I still expect he will return to the field after that enormous act of bravery.
Unbelievable. A huge collision that had everyone gasping inside the stadium and even the Essendon fans applauding as Doedee left the field. Quarter time, 2-5-17 Essendon. Adelaide 2 behinds. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
In winter, mutton birds are flying to America like we can't. But we can snuggle in for a winter binge with Spicks and Specs on ABC iView.
You're right, miss. Yes, I'm right. No, I'm just excited.
Or Wakefield, or Love on the Spectrum, or Fisk, or Superwog.
I have way more where that came from.
Don't be surprised by all the jaw-dropping comedy, eye-popping drama and mind-blowing television.
There's more?
There's more. Yes. Stream for free now on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
Can a red-hot Ash Barty win Wimbledon?
She's already the first Aussie woman in 41 years to make the final.
This is as good a tennis match as I'll ever play, and now we get a chance to try and live out a childhood dream.
Catch Ash as she chases her first Wimbledon crown on ABC Radio.
And ABC Sport Digital Radio tomorrow night.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
It's been a messy start. We're still goalless. It's thumped back here to Hine, who penetrating kick goes long, waiting at the back. Here's the chance for Hooker.
A kick inside the 50. McDonald-Tipungwuti. Oh, back with a flight. He's collected Doedee. Doedee with unbelievable commitment to try and defend for his side. He was smashed in the air as McDonald-Tipungwuti went up for the mark. Adelaide tries to clear. Pedler mown down, holding the ball. Merritt's free kick directly in front, 45 metres out. Round the back to Stringer. And the milestone man, the enigmatic James Stringer, has driven through the goal.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Essendon 2-5-17, Adelaide 2 behinds at quarter time on Grandstand AFL. Karen in Sunshine on the text 0437774774 is urging the Bombers on. Mike in Kyneton says the official medical term is being knocked rotten. The man is brave or maybe even crazy, enjoying the call as always. Thanks all, says Mike. That was a frightening collision. Doedee back with the flight in that opening term, collected heavily by Anthony McDonald-Tipungwuti and took quite some time to be able to get to his feet. He's had the wind taken out of him. He's down in the rooms. We'll wait and see whether he re-emerges after quarter time, but I can't see him out in the huddle at the moment. In the NRL tonight, the Raiders 30 defeated the Sea Eagles 16, and North Queensland is leading South Sydney 12 points to 2 through 20 minutes of that clash. Now, you would have heard the promo for the Ash Barty final on ABC Radio. We have the rights to broadcast that match tomorrow night for you. So from 10:30, Barty versus Karolina Pliskova. A chance for Ash Barty to win her second Grand Slam singles title. She won the French Open a couple of years ago. Would become the first Australian to win Wimbledon since 1980 when the great Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley won the event. And Ash Barty, obviously, she is an icon in the sport. And Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley is a great role model for Ash Barty. So that is on tomorrow night on ABC Radio, as well as ABC Sport Digital. So you can get the final there, live and commercial free. ABC Sport also is carrying Sunday night's men's final. So that's on ABC Sport Digital only, not on your analogue radio, just on digital, whereas the Barty final is on both. So ABC Radio, wherever you're listening, and ABC Sport Digital. The men's final to be contested between the winner of Matteo Berrettini, who's in action tonight against Hubert Hurkacz of Poland, and then tomorrow night Novak Djokovic and Denis Shapovalov go at it in the other semi-final. And we're also broadcasting, there's so much sport with all the footy going on, we do all the NRL, and we're also going to have a broadcast in the early hours of Monday morning on ABC Sport Digital of the European football final between England and Italy. So that's early Monday morning on ABC Sport Digital as England aims to win its first major title since 1966. So ABC Sport has got you covered across all of the major sporting events in this country and abroad. Mick Malthouse and Brett Delidio are your experts on Grandstand AFL. Essendon by 15 points.
Just before the football, we've just been spoiled, haven't we, with sport over the next month when you've got the Olympics and everything else that's happening. It's just fantastic.
Tour de France this weekend, Euros, Wimbledon.
And we've got this game.
I'd love to stay up late, but I'm dying for sleep with a newborn at home. So, yeah, unfortunately, I'm not watching too much.
You should put your hand up and do the late shift.
Yeah.
Then you can watch all the sport.
I could too.
I could blame the possums.
You could watch with the possums. They'll be in your house next week.
Yeah, I probably will. It's disappointing. I reckon it's a disappointing game at the moment because we haven't seen either side be that side that we come to expect, which is good, hard running. The shots on goal by Essendon have been a lot from their half-back line coming through the centre, and Adelaide let them go through there. They kicked 3 long points on the run, so... But again, the structure of Adelaide's forward line is not going to let them kick a lot of goals unless they get that right. You've got to give up a little bit to get that formation right, Brett. Otherwise, you're going to, if you can't defend with 12 or 13, what's the use of 15?
15 points is the lead. Been told that Raiders-Manly clash was last night, so just that one match going on tonight in the NRL. Second term underway. Merritt over the ball, got taken high, and we'll get a free kick in the middle of the ground for Essendon. The Dons are going to the Fletcher end in this second term. Merritt looks wide towards the City wing. Snelling up to take the mark. Snelling goes back. Eyes darting everywhere. No consistently fluid movement from Essendon tonight. Just little spurts of it. Short pass marked out wide by Hind. Hind near the boundary line. Slightly the attacking side of the wing. Dink kick over the top. Just the 15 to Gleeson. Marty Gleeson for the Bombers. Last played senior football back in round 2 for Essendon. Gleeson into the forward pocket. Draper comes out, front position, and takes the mark. He always looked the most likely, and the big fellow will have his shot at goal from 35 metres out to the right of centre. Tim Hodges, any news from the boundary?
Just as you cross down, Tom Doedee is back from the rooms. He looks good to go. So that is a remarkable turnaround from when he walked off the ground about 12 minutes ago. Looking like a ghost, but thankfully he's A-OK, and I imagine he'll come back on the ground very shortly.
He is made of steel. That was an enormous collision. So Draper with a look at Essendon's third goal from 40 metres out. Not overly convincing off the boot. Has not made the distance. Has been marked on the last line. It was on target, but Smith was standing there and took a comfortable mark for the Adelaide Crows.
Riley O'Brien will be really, really happy with that.
Won't he ever?
Well, he just didn't go with him. I know there's a little block in there, but you've got to work your man over, surely.
Smith to Hamill, back to Smith. Smith now looking for Thilthorpe in a one-on-one battle with Laverty, and Thilthorpe in the end punches it over the line.
Michael in Canberra, Mick. Hey, Mick, learn to share the world with a bit of wildlife.
Yeah, I like wildlife.
No more masks. You've got to coexist with the possums.
Twirling ball back in play. Draper assumes front position. Keys at ground level. Fresh air kick. Good pressure by Draper. Able to scoop it up, though, and get it over to Kelly, who then gives it to Seedsman. Long kick down the line over the head of Thilthorpe. And Laverty. Yeah, another impressive intercept mark.
Yeah, he pushed him under the ball. There's no question he pushed him. But the young fella has got to learn to hold his ground because he's taller, number one, and do some body work early before you go attack the footy.
Ridley receives from Hind and sends a superb kick around the wing, but Redmond doesn't roll and go. He holds it up. Hind screaming for it in the middle at centre-half back. He's ignored. Redmond instead kicks to the pack at the half-forward flank. Right, Cox under the ball. Smith at the back. Hand pass over his head. Closed down by McDonald, Tipungwuti. It goes out of play 50 metres from the Essendon goal at right half forward. Down to Tim Hodges.
Al, this is really weird. Tom Doedee, we just reported he was back from the rooms, looked fine. He was at the interchange gates about to come back on the ground. He just went and spoke to the doctor, and the doctor's taken him straight back down to the room. So something still isn't right with him. So he has gone back to the rooms for a second time, and there's some very concerned docs and physio down here for the Crows.
Flick back in, 50 out from Essendon's goal. Laird gets it in the end, and he kicks it long down the wing. Redmond tries to keep it in play, and he can't, so he's set again for a stoppage. There's been a lot of stop-start, lurching from stoppage to stoppage in this one between the Bombers and the Crows. It's the Bombers by 15 points. Just started this second term. O'Brien and Draper. Neither really win it. Langford reads it best. His handball to Merritt, chopped off, goes to ground. Draper with a sidestep. That was impressive. Oh, Draper takes off. He's beaten 3 Crows. He's had a bounce. He's launched it inside 50. Draper, ruckman aren't supposed to do that. McDonald, Tipungwuti coming in from the side, couldn't take the mark. He's down hurt. Still a chance for the Bombers. Stringer gives it off to Cox, who then gives it back to Devon Smith. A bouncing ball skittled the pack. Waiting at the back is Hooker! He's missed.
How impressive was
Hooker
that?
has missed. Hooker owes Big Don Draper, or Sam Draper, a coffee on Monday morning. What was Sam Draper doing?
It was great to watch. Crows have brought the ball from the kick into Seedsman on the back flank. He kicks to half forward. Pedler up in front. Berry was the target. Ridley belts it over the boundary line. And it'll be thrown in 70 metres out from the Adelaide goal on the dock side of the ground. Hooker with 1 goal, 2 tonight for Essendon. The Bombers 2-6. Adelaide still searching for its first goal, 2 behinds. We played 5 minutes of the term. Taken out of the ruck by Draper. He tried to get away. Tackled by Sloan. Got a hand pass out. Still to be one in the middle. Langford's hand pass knocked back into the mess. Redmond over it. He's dragged down by Laird. Ball dislodged. Comes to Schonberg on the AFL logo. Slaps it on his boot towards half forward. He's dumped after he did so. Downfield free kick to the Crows. Jimmy Rowe's going to take it. Right half forward, 60 metres from goal. Frampton is the deep target. He goes in his direction. High ball. Frampton rises, hands to it, didn't complete the mark. Cutler gets it, gives to Laverty. Floats a kick out of defence for Essendon. Snelling couldn't handle it. He does gather after it hit the ground and feed a hand pass to Cox at half-back.
Cox takes off. We know that he can run all day. He handballs though. Hooker picks it up, gives it over to Cutler, a little fumble, and he's tackled by Schonberg. Good pressure and hustle by Schonberg, the young Crow, to see it over the boundary line.
Cox realised there was anyone in front of him. He just kept on running. All of a sudden there was an Adelaide player. Then he had the panic hand pass. So that's what's lost the football on the wing.
He was a deer in headlights, wasn't he, Mick? He suddenly saw the player there and panicked. Boundary throw in, Draper this time. Not effective. Good little pick-up, mop-up handball from Keys. Up to O'Brien. It works its way to centre half forward. Big ball to be won here. On all fours is Frampton. Then McHenry. And he's tackled by Gleeson, and the umpire crosses his chest. It'll be A ball up at centre half forward for the Adelaide Crows. Still goalless in this game at the 7-minute mark of the second term. And missing Tex Walker, 41 goals to his name. He's second in the Coleman. Wouldn't they dearly love him there at the moment? So breaking out of this stoppage is Langford. Langford kicks it over the head of Hooker. Kelly beats Jones. Kelly curls the kick, and it was a smart one as well. It's marked by Smith.
Not only smart, really, really tough play then. He had to hold his ground. It had to be one touch.
Smith goes with a low and direct pass to Keys. He had it knocked away, and Stringer gets a hold of it. A 20-metre hand pass away to Snelling. Off to Perkins. He feeds Merritt. Usually good with the ball. He kicks inside 50. Harry Jones the target. Knocked away from him effectively by Kelly. Still alive inside the attacking 50. McHenry tackled by Harry Jones. And it will be thrown in the air 45 metres from the Essendon goal. We're yet to have a goal in the second term. Up it goes. No decisive knockdown. Stringer goes through without the ball. Chase Jones gets a clearing ball for Adelaide. Off the hands of Rowe. It was taken for Adelaide by Sloane. Off to Laird. Off to Scholl. Kicks towards half forward. Ridley hammers it away from the intended target, Murphy. Over the boundary it goes, attacking side of the outer wing for the Crows. 8-minute mark, second term. The Bombers 2-6-18. The Crows 2 behinds.
I'm just trying. I know Essendon got the extra behind the ball. I'm trying to find the Crows extra. It must be at the pack. Brett, can you see him? I just can't locate him.
Spins back in. Langford reads it best off the ruck's hand. Little toe poke to the advantage of Parrish. Wheels around. The steadying centering kick to Merritt. Handballs off to Langford. His toe poke into the centre of the ground. Does it sit here for Cutler? It does, and then kicks on the outside of the boot, and a strong mark taken by Jones in front of Seedsman. He's too far out to score. He's about 60-65 metres out, Harry Jones. Always got so much energy. He's got real bounce about him. He delivers that long to the top of the goal square. Reaching up high was Wright. The umpire says it's a hold. And Wright will take the free directly in front, top of the goal square, and this will be the Bombers' third goal of the night.
Well, that's what you want from your blokes at 200, don't you? Jumping at it, reaching for it at the highest point. Very few defenders can actually go that high. And as you can see, the chop of the arms to try and get there to spoil. Just needs to finish the good work.
11 goals, 6 for the season. This to make it a dozen for the year for Peter Wright in the red and black. Straight as an arrow. Essendon with their third. 3-6-24. The Crows still goalless, just 2 behinds. It's a margin of 22 points at the 10-minute mark of the second term.
Well, Fred, I really can't see a goal being scored by Adelaide when the ball comes from the back half because they lack the extra player. Essendon are just really picking it off. If it comes from the stoppage, they're going to have to get it from inside the front 50 because even with the stoppage work, Essendon got the extra player. I've worked out with the Essendon extra players. He's about 5 to 10 metres behind the stoppage. And what it's effectively doing is still allowing Essendon to have the extra player in the back half. I'm sorry, the Adelaide side got the extra player. But what ends up happening is quick kick and Essendon have the numbers. So they get to change it up. Otherwise, they're going to get goalless by half time.
10 minutes into the second term. Finally, the first goal of it. O'Brien tapped it down to Seedsman, off to Keys. Keys to O'Brien. Spiralling ball inside the 50. Out comes Berry. Off his hands, rode by Redmond of Essendon. Redmond clears out to the back flank and Cox takes the mark for the Bombers. City side of Docklands. Nick Cox.
Got some height, haven't they? Height and youth, athleticism.
He's got a short option in Hyde. Goes to him at defensive 50, not 15, told to play on. Hyde into the middle. Cutler the target, takes the mark and can play on because Frampton fell over. Hand pass forward to Langford. He's 65 out. He kicks towards Waterman. Got it. And plays on. Jones overcommitted, trying to make the spoil. Waterman into the open goal, hit the right goal post. From 30 metres out in the left forward pocket. Essendon 3-7-25. Adelaide 2 behinds. 11-minute mark. Second term down to Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Well, the intrigue continues, Al, down here. Ben Davis has just been told the Crows medical sub to begin his warm-up. So maybe Tom Doedee is just not returning to this game when he was moments away, guys, from taking the field. when he spoke to the doctor and went back down to the rooms where he remains.
Smith's kick on the kick-in has been chopped off by Ridley, who sends it back inside 50. A chance here again for the Bombers. Bodies on the line, no one can clear it. A tangle of arms and legs. Hooker appeals. He's on the top of that rugby scrum. And then he puts his hand up and he says, I'll take the ruck as well. So here goes Hooker, just inside 50, up against O'Brien. Down to Keys, Butts, Seedsman tries to get around Stringer. Handballs then to Hamill, and then a give and go. They work that well. Seedsman out wide to the advantage of Rowe. Rowe's got Hind for company. Hind, Rowe goes to ground. Hind is on top of his game. He beats it and he kicks back inboard. As the Seagulls swoop, it's nearing half-time. Maybe those hot chips are firing up. The Bombers now kick inside 50. McDonald, Tippenwoody's there. He applies a tackle. Nick Cox picks it up, but his handball really was to no one in particular. A loose ball. A chance here for the Crows. McKay, Pedler, all by hand. They're not out of the danger zone yet. Scholl, usually a beautiful user, and he's kicked to Frampton. He can handball over the top to the run of Keys. Keys now, what does he do with this all-important ball inside 50? It's a one-on-one. It was McHenry and Wright. The smaller man was never going to be a chance, and Wright gives it off to Snelling, and the Bombers have got it now on the city side wing.
Kick went to Hind. He took a step and was told to play on. A low kick around the boundary line. Seedsman knocks it away from Parrish over for a throw-in. Darcy Parrish, 11 disposals, so significant by most players' usual numbers, but by his own, he's a little down on usual output. We're at the 13-minute mark of the second term. Thrown back in. Wright and O'Brien. O'Brien to the front. Rove by Devon Smith. Slapped it on the left boot inside 50. Stringer one-on-one with Kelly. Ball hits the ground. Hooker there at the back with Butts. Hooker slides on top of it. Hand pass over his shoulder. Straight to Sloan, who gave to Kelly. He's caught dispossessed. Perkins, a hand pass out to Waterman. Floating left foot snap, didn't get enough bend on it. And Scholl drops the mark for Adelaide. A chest mark back with the flight. Ricochets off his body and goes over for a throw-in 25 metres from the Essendon goal.
I reckon the Seagulls are looking for a good game too, and they've got a little bit agitated.
Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Hey, Kel, if you look down now, the interchange steward is just being handed the sheet of paper for the medical sub. The doctor has just returned from the bench and shook his head. Tom Doedee is out of this game.
Waterman to Snelling. Snelling with a snap on the left. It's offline. So Doedee is out, thanks Hodgie, after getting absolutely poleaxed running back with the flight. And a collision with Anthony McDonald, Tippenwoody. It's one of the bravest acts we've seen on a footy field this year, which means Ben Davis is in for just his third game of AFL footy.
Murray kicked it in to Smith. Smith to Keys. Keys, 28 disposals last week against Brisbane. Previous 6 games, 30 plus in all of them. Kick goes to the wing, no mark. Guelphy gets it. Strong tackle, Seedsman. And holding the ball, Paul Seedsman wins the free kick for the Adelaide Crows.
About win the best and fairest, I reckon, this year.
And 50 metres. 50 for Paul Seedsman, who is a raking kick. He might be a chance to have a shot at goal here. And Adelaide yet to kick one. 15 played second quarter. Man on the mark will be placed 45 metres from goal.
He's been in terrific form this season.
Yeah.
He's a really interesting. He's a good kid. Wonderful, wonderful kick of the football, as we know.
I think Darcy Parrish may have just given a little mouthful on the way past. The umpire looked at him and put the hand up. Just a little bit of instant feedback for the umpire.
It's been a long wait for Adelaide's first goal. Can the man in the long sleeves deliver it? No, he's pulled his kick and misses left. 16-minute mark, second term, as Seedsman slaps his thigh and hanger. 3 behinds Adelaide. Essendon 3, 8-26 on Grandstand AFL.
They're missing their 2 leading goal kickers in Walker and McAdam. And boy, is it showing tonight. So the Bombers are going to share it around this defensive 50. Merritt by foot from one side to the other, where Laverty's got it and kicks to Hind. Just a step or two inside the 50 still. Now Hind round the city side of the stadium looking for Cox. Never really got involved, and it'll be a free kick for Cox. So Smith doesn't like it. He shipped him out of it. Uses his body illegally, said the umpire. So Nick Cox, one of the favourites for the Rising Star. Kicks it high to centre-half forward. Big Peter Wright launches over the top, gets a hand in there. And then Keys standing up in a tackle from Waterman. Tim Hodges.
Kel, the Crows media department are always great with us. They've just let us know it's officially concussion for Tom Doedee from that huge collision. That's why he is out of this game.
Okay, thanks, Hodgie. All over it down there. Cox now to Merritt. Another entry inside 50, and this time Snelling. An uncontested mark in the right forward pocket. He plays on with it to McDonald, Tippenwoody. He fakes one way. He's dancing. He's tiptoeing. He's kicking and centering it to Perkins. And Perkins has taken a mark right in front of Schonberg. 40 metres out on a 45-degree angle.
Well, Butch McKay did his best there, didn't he, to not buy every bit of candy that Waller was selling. He's a bit like Dusty, isn't he? You don't want to get too close to him, otherwise he'll make you look silly. But he's still so silky on the left boot, just laces out Archie Perkins. Sort of that mid-range type, almost plays a smaller centre forward, Perkins. I like his work.
It's been a bit of a nervy start when it comes to the goal kicking for Perkins. 2 goals, 9 so far. A first-year player, but that was kicked with purpose from Perkins. He's got his first of the night. His team's got its 4th for the night. And they have rocketed out to a 29-point lead. 4:8:32. The Crows stranded, just 3 behinds, with just under 7 minutes to play before half-time.
We've got another Adelaide player walking off the ground.
Butts is coming off. He's limping off, Mick, so he's clutching at his lower back and very proppy, very ginger. We know that they're already missing Doedee, and their sub has been activated in Ben Davis.
Can't afford another injury. You want to make a game of it. I know this, and for the Essendon supporters, they're looking for percentage and a win. But for the general public, it's a Friday night. You want to see a score of some description. Adelaide have just got to keep that forward. They've got to take the chance and keep the forward line structure in place. Just back your players. You're tagging Parrish. He's not as productive. See if he can win the footy.
Ben Davis has gone onto the ground and gone straight to mark Perkins. He kicked the last goal. Free kick out of the middle. Sloane taken high. Gave to Schonberg. High kick inside the attacking 50. Laverty ran under the ball. Was he held? Yes. Free kick Essendon.
I was talking to Burns before the game. He was talking about how small they're going to be. I just think it's going to play into the Adelaide's hands. You've got to have some representation up there, and at the moment they're just far too small, can't control the ball in the air at all.
Laverty went to Hind, who went short to Merritt. Merritt at half-back, kicks Essendon to the wing. Hooker in front, punched down by Murray. Sloane rose, threw it out to Laird, who was breaking forward, but umpire Ray saw it, and then nimbly evaded collision with Darcy Parish, flung his body to the side. Ray doing a few acrobatic moves there. Langford, the free kick for Essendon, goes to Devon Smith in front of the interchange on the wing, on the dock side. Essendon by 29 points, approaching time on. We're almost at the 20-minute mark of the second. Kick to half-forward, Stringer waited. Murray came out with conviction and fisted it over the boundary line. Left half-forward for the Bombers, 65 metres from the Essendon goal.
So Jordan Butts down in the rooms, getting his injury looked at for the Crows, already missing Doedee. Still yet to score a goal. Here's Seedsman, absolutely battling his heart out. He's stripped of the footy. Merritt had it, lost it, socket off the ground by Stringer, and a chance for Perkins. He's juggled the mark, Archie Perkins. He kicked a goal only a few moments ago. And a chance for Archie directly in front from a step inside 50 to go bang, bang.
Yes, again, it's just that smart play, taller players, capable players in the air. A lot of work done by Tippenwoody there. He made sure that he was one out.
The 19-year-old, he was picked 9 last year, from directly in front, sends it on its way. Oh, he brings good energy, does Archie. This is getting ugly very quickly for the Adelaide Crows. The Bombers by 35 points. Perkins with 2. And Essendon 5:8:38. The Crows 3 behinds.
We spoke about it, didn't we, Mick, before the game, Adelaide's ability to kick a score. And we're seeing it firsthand here, aren't we? Just the three behinds. It's been their set up forward of the footy that's probably let them down. They're trying to do the right thing. They've got a lot of young players down there. They're trying to empty out to really provide that pressure up the field to give them a chop out behind the footy. But once they turn it over, they've got no one to kick to. And Essendon just lapping it up. Laverde's having a great game. Ridley's playing on a small that he's going to outmark every day of the week. And then their half-backs are just running off at will. So it's... You've probably almost got to give it up a bit, don't you, and just say, right, stay at home, let's just kick to a 1v1 contest, create a contest, and we'll start again.
Yep. Well, the Adelaide Crows, in their history, have only ever had one goalless half, and that was a 10 behinds half versus North Melbourne in round 18, 2004 at Football Park. So they've only ever once been held goalless in any half of football. Out of the middle, Brodie Smith kicks towards Sloane, little snap ball that just travelled the required 15. He's adjacent to the centre circle. The Adelaide captain kicks inside 50 to full forward. Frampton there, hands to it, no mark. Berry tried to rove, couldn't take it with him. Swooped upon by Schonberg, curling kick, yes! Oh, the youngster intervenes just at the right time to deny Adelaide the indignity of a goalless first half. And how brilliant it was from the right forward pocket as he kicked across his body for the major. Adelaide 1-3-9. Essendon 5-8-38. 23 played first term.
That was a brilliant snap. Brilliant. First of all, one touch. A lot of traffic. One touch. Weighted up. What I liked about him, he took the steps that were required to get balance. He just didn't throw it on the boot. And when you take those steps and then your last one is your kicking step, you generally have control of the footy. That was brilliantly done.
Was nice bit of class there, and as you spoke about, Al, they finally get one on the board. Didn't need that. The kid, I reckon, nearly had the largest pill in the AFL. It's a monster scon. He's got plenty of pizzazz about him. I enjoy watching his stuff when he plays.
If he can do that with the pill, Litz, he's entitled to have a big one.
Bounce down in the centre. O'Brien out into space. Keys runs after it, falls over. Seedsman traps it. Off to Laird. Laird now short. Schonberg straight through his hands. Stolen by Hind. Can they torch them on the turnover? McDonald Tipperwoody shoved his opponent into the ground. McDonald Tipperwoody goes to ground. Perkins with a wonderful tackle on his opponent. But the umpire says no. There's no free kick there. Perfect tackle on Ben Davis, who was the sub. He's just come on and he didn't know what hit him. Right in the ruck. And another tackle this time by Stringer on Lockie Scholl.
Yeah, that's leading by bigger. 29.
They look bigger, don't they? Look bigger. They are taller, but they look bigger body-wise.
McDonald Tipperwoody receives it off the stoppage. Hand pass to Waterman. He's got a good look and a good left boot as he snaps it through from 20 metres out. Essendon answers immediately. And the margin is back out to 35 points again. 25 played second term on Grandstand AFL. Essendon 6-8-44. Adelaide 1-3-9. Brett Delidio's alongside Vic Malthouse.
Yeah, I think the guy's just coming off the ground now, Archie Perkins. He's provided a real spark for him in that front half, certainly in this second quarter. He's taken a couple of nice marks, a couple of nice goals, but it's been his ability to tackle and chase and just keep that ball locked in. I love the composure of McDonald Tipperwoody there. Didn't rush his disposal, just drew the opponent in and then gives Waterman 10 metres in the clear to really settle and kick that goal around the corner.
I'd like to see Adelaide have an I formation, Brett, just from the goal scorer up to that 50-metre line. So therefore Essendon then have to actually be fairly close to their man. Otherwise, then you've got a lot of leading stuff. At the moment, they're hickledy-pickledy all over the place.
Draper with a huge leap. Ooh, almost kicking in danger there. Laird was able to get it. He lost it, and now Stringer picks it up. They are too big and strong, particularly in the centre. He's kicked out in front of Smith. Kind bounce. He bounces it, and then he plays for the free kick. Somehow he dabs it just to Darcy Parish to Merritt. Goes to ground, was taken a high. He grabs at his head. The whistle is not coming. And the umpire eventually says it'll be a ball up. Creeping closer to goal, the Bombers. 6 goals, plays 1. Lob launches over the top to Jones, but Wright's got it to Merritt. Bouncing ball, top of the goal square. Murray does well. just able to slap it down and then regains it, and then a high kick. It's slapped forward down there by Murphy to the advantage of Ridley, who gets it back to Gleeson for the Bombers, and they're away again.
Kick goes to the wing. Snelling gets a hold of it. Thrusts Essendon forward. Out comes right in the end. He left it for Waterman to stand in front and take the mark. Waterman, who kicked the last goal, he doesn't muck around. He goes to the forward pocket. Mismatch here. Oh, Stringer couldn't take the mark though. Why Waterman didn't go back and have the shot from 45 metres out as a left footer?
Stringer was demanding it.
He was screaming,
for it.
I know it's his milestone, and Waterman's not necessarily an overly experienced senior footballer, but at AFL level at least. It was a strange decision. It went out of play. Boundary throw in. Taken off the contest by Laird. Worked a hand pass to Seedsman. He fumbles it back over the boundary line. Umpire says throw it in. 35 metres from the Essendon goal. Left forward pocket. Bombers by 35. 27 played of the second.
Up on the second tier there. There's actually Seagulls who've taken a spot in a chair.
Yep, they're getting comfortable.
They are. They're settling in for the second half here. Some are swooping, but some are literally sitting in chairs. Okay, here go the Bombers again. It's thrown back in. Cutler's got it. He's kicking towards Smith. Couldn't take the mark because of the pressure, and then Jones was ridden into the turf by Murray. Right up against the boundary line. What does Razor Ray say here? He says no, it'll be tossed in the air. Just a step or two in from the boundary, a step or two inside the 50 for Essendon. Right down to Parrish. Parrish, quick hands, tried to get it to Langford. Stolen by Laird. Off to the runner, Keys. Dabs the kick. Got it to Rowe. Rowe now tries to dance his way out of trouble. Well-weighted kick to Keys, who marks right in front of the benches. Really wants to centre it. Long lead by Frampton. He went in Frampton's direction, but he kicked it straight down the throat of Langford. Langford now to Stringer. Stringer faked the give to Merritt, and in the end he decides to go to Merritt. Merritt has a run. Runs to 50. The centering kick, just a little bit too much on it for Cutler. Parrish can mop up. Back to Redmond. Redmond tries to sidestep his opponent. He handballs back to Parrish, who just seems to be everywhere. Parrish then into the pocket. One-on-one right. Thumped down by Murray. Hamill for the Crows. He's surrounded. He gives it off to Laird, a steady veteran. And now to Scholl, who's short, and Murphy's got it for the Crows.
Murphy hooks around his body, didn't get enough hook, and he put it out on the full. Free kick, Essendon attacking side of the City wing.
That's the trouble of not having a target in front of you. They're panicking around the ball, and they just can't break that, get that 10 yards up.
Snelling the free kick for the Bombers. Sends a low pass into the forward pocket. He wanted Harrison Jones, but Kelly took front position, intercepted for the Crows in the left back pocket. Uses it short. Rory Laird takes the mark. Laird has had 19 disposals with his short pass finding the chest of Davis. He came on as the medical sub for Tom Doedee. Out of the game with concussion. Doedee after a brutal collision. Back with the flight, he ran with immense courage and was collected by Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody in a marking contest. Adelaide work it around in defence. Seedsman to fullback and Kelly, who comes towards centre half back, and Davis, where it all started. Davis now goes to the outer side of the ground. A couple there to take it for Adelaide. Laird marks. Scholl peels off. Laird goes in the row direction. He marks defensive side of the outer wing near the boundary line, with his side trailing by 35 points at the 30-minute mark of the second quarter.
As long as he possibly can, and launching in the pack was Ridley. Strong hands, read it beautifully. Kicks it back inside to Draper. Handballs to Hind, who's behind him, and Hind takes off through the centre. Here he goes, streaming through the midfield. He has a bounce, he kicks it long. It'll be a kick downfield, a free kick downfield for the Bombers. The siren goes for half-time, and having a kick after the siren will be Devon Smith. The free kick was there because when Hind got rid of it, he was felled by an Adelaide Crows player, put down on his backside. In the centre of the ground, it was Keys.
I reckon he's unlucky.
Yeah, I reckon agree.
It was right on the same moment he kicked the football. That's really unlucky there. In fact, it's not a good decision.
So Devon Smith will have the kick from just on 50, a slight angle, and it doesn't make the distance. So the half-time margin will be clarification. 35 points, the difference. Essendon 6-8-44. Adelaide 1-3-9 as the two teams part and make way to their huddles before they make their way off the ground. It is half-time here at the Docklands with the roof open. As I said, the margin 35 points. The goal kickers, 2 for Perkins, singles to Waterman, Wright, Stringer and Hooker. And for the Crows, Schonberg, the only goal kicker so far. Al, it took us 24 minutes before we got our first goal of the night. It's been slow and steady, bit of a build-up, but it's a great night for all the Bombers fans that have really shown up to support their team. Win here tonight, and they're 2 points off a spot in the 8.
Yeah, and already Essendon with a healthy percentage. The way it's going tonight, that could get a bit of a boost as well. It's interesting that the DJ had started playing the music as Devon Smith was coming in to take his shot at goal there. Even despite him having that shot, the DJ was on the buttons pretty quickly. Wanted to get to the quarter-time entertainment, the second quarter-time or the half-time entertainment. Now, what's happening downstairs with Tom Doedee, Tim Hodges? The Crows just gathered together before making their way off the ground.
That was a golden moment. Tom Doedee was walking off. He's got the tracksuit jacket on. He's out of the game with concussion. I just happened to be looking at him, and he was looking up at the big screen, and they replayed the highlights, and he winced when they showed him being knocked out in that enormous collision. So just a really interesting one to back over that he went down to the rooms. He then returned 15 minutes later. He was on the interchange gates ready to come back on the ground. He was within seconds of returning to the field, and something clearly wasn't right with him. He turned around, went to the doctor, and that's when he was rushed back down to the rooms for a second time and scratched from the game. Just one for Brett and Mick. Look, have you ever either returned to the field, Brett, and you weren't right, or Mick, can you remember sending someone back out? Like, that was within moments of sending Tom back on the ground when, he clearly wasn't right, and he's out of this game with concussion.
Well, Timmy, I can't remember my first game getting knocked out in the first contest, but I played till half-time, so you're asking the wrong bloke. And have I sent someone back on? Absolutely. Don Pike got knocked out 5 minutes into the first quarter of a grand final. Ablett, forearm, and got carried off the stretcher. As soon as he was able to walk, we put him back on, because those rules in those days were, you can come back on. So I wasn't breaking rules, and Donny Pike become one of our better players again on that grand final. In fact, we won the grand final. So, yes, but rules are rules these days, and I totally agree with them.
And Don Pike will actually be on Grandstand AFL on Sunday in the pre-game ahead of the Swans and the Bulldogs. So you'll hear from Don Pike, who's
Colin could go.
Yes,
could be at Colin.
I was going to ask you about that, whether he might be someone. So we'll be interested to hear what he thinks about a possible return to senior coaching at some point. Don Pike, after previously steering the Adelaide Crows, who we're watching tonight, now being a key part of everything Sydney is doing, and they're an exciting team to watch at the moment. That should be a cracking game on Sunday as the Swans and the Dogs go at it. Half-time here, Essendon 6-8-44, Adelaide 1-3-9 on Grandstand AFL. Just getting some information to suggest that Pike would be a very good option for the Pies. I think a favourite in the eyes of some.
I think he'd be excellent. He comes from a great pedigree. When you look at Frankie's father, he knows sport back to front. His wife, Jodie's a wonderful hockey player, or was a wonderful hockey player. Been around sport all his life. Did a fantastic job at West Coast as a player. Pulled up short in terms of career because of a shoulder. Coached as an assistant, coached successfully, really did a great job with Adelaide. Okay, there's a couple of things that took place under his watch, and he'll get the blame for all that, as you do as a senior coach. And as you said, Al, he's done particularly well, and the word is he's done particularly well in Sydney. And we've got to be careful here, because it's always an assistant that does a good job. It's never the senior coach. Yeah. And let me tell you, John Longmore's done a fantastic job. So he complements that, as we see with Choco Williams complimenting the Melbourne Football Club. So maybe we were a little bit off when we said early when we were talking together that how many people have, are there a lot of senior people out there? Perhaps got to look at people who have got that experience and say, well, let's have a look at what they've learnt from that game that year or a couple of years and see where they're at. Because Donny Pike's a very intelligent and good thinking person. I'll tell you what he is, very similar to Scotty Burns in terms of personality.
Well, Scott Burns said pre-game that he felt it needed to be someone with experience who was detached from the club.
He did.
So Pike would
Does it
tick that
hurt
box.
him the way that he left the club, though? He left the Adelaide Crows. I mean, they were a team that was, and not because of his fault, but they were heavily divided and split and polarised, and, you know, a lot of their senior players couldn't wait to get out the door.
Well, that's the thing I say, Kel, that if Collingwood are looking at him, they go to as many players that are willing to talk to see whether it was Don that wanted where they said, look, if he's here, we're going, and find out why, or was it other elements? Yes, we like Don,
because
but did this.
The chairman and the CEO has since gone as well. So
yeah, that's right. So I think they're the things you've got to explore. And as I said before, first, second, and third player sometimes have a really strong bond. They get a bit of leverage and they become captain and they all this sort of stuff. So you get a bit of a false image. It's better to drift through your list and get a real good picture of whether you think. My way of thinking, Donny Pike has got the ingredients to come back. You said it before about our unique game and how we sort of look after those that have good players become good coaches. We've also got a very, very poor record of giving people a second chance. Very poor record.
35 points is the Essendon lead at halftime at the Docklands. Mick Malthouse is alongside Brett Deledio at halftime on Grandstand AFL. Lid's the second term. Essendon, you could see it building at the back end of the first quarter, but what did you like about the way they constructed the second quarter?
Well, I spoke about a young player in Archie Perkins giving them, a bit of a spark up front, but it's been their ability to keep it inside their forward half. I mean, they're winning the inside 50s 31-12. So if Adelaide are really struggling to, win it in the middle of the ground, but give their forwards a chance. But their forward structure ahead of the footy's not giving them that great opportunity. But they've also had 12 tackles inside their forward 50, the Bombers. They're getting it in there, but they're also tackling and keeping it in. But not a high tackling game, only 29-21. So it's been pretty free flowing. A lot of uncontested marks. Adelaide are trying to play that chip mark game where they're probably not at the skill level to really execute it. I don't think, Mick, at the moment they're giving a lot of looks to Essendon, who are turning it over, and then they're just slingshotting back down the other end of the ground and making the most of it with their inside 50s. But they could have been a lot further in front, let's be honest. I think they've probably left a few on the table, the Bombers, but I'm just glad Adelaide have one on the board.
Oh, I totally agree. I get a little bit concerned when clubs think that they've got to operate, and I'm not saying this that they all do this, but this is how someone does it. This is how the best sides do it. We've got to do it. You've got to be able to play and coach the side to their strengths. Yep. If you're not as good as Essendon around the ground, then don't take them on through their game. So Essendon work. I think Essendon work on a theory. They don't say it, but this is how they operate. Today's not an example of it, but they're prepared to give up a score to get a score. Generally, Adelaide today have got to look at their forward line and go, we are our captain or ex-captain Walker short. We've lost McAdam. We've lost our two leading goal kickers. We've got a young side there. Let's keep a box formation. Now, for those, when I say box formation, I'm talking 25 to 30 metres apart and a little box in front of the ball. And the first line can't be any more than 30 or 35 metres away from the ball. The next line back is, of course, you add on another 30 metres, so you're looking at 60 or 70 metres. That way is when you can win the ball in the middle of the ground, you've got four players that can break and go in different directions and perhaps be able then to capture that one player who Essendon are keeping back in no man's land.
Surround him.
Surround him or take him away. I don't see that. And they're folding back on one another. So Essendon then have a really good half back line and they're an attacking back line, and they're prepared to back themselves in the air all over the ground. Well, I'd say 15 of the positions around the ground, Essendon are bigger. So therefore, don't put it in the air. If you can get a tall player on the lead, fine. Put it on the ground and make them have to work. Every player gets nervous when the ball's on the ground. So at least get it on the ground, but don't just kick it up in the air and hope that you're going to mark the football, because that's not going to happen. The goal came from a crumb. Essendon's goals have come from marking, from crumbing, from setting up. And the number of shots they had from just outside 50 in the first quarter, they could have kicked, as you said, that 3 or 4 of those could have easily been goals. That'll happen in the second quarter because people will get tired and they'll keep having those shots. The only way to stop that is to make the scoreboard tick over and just get them a little bit, let the backline get a little bit nervous.
Half-time at Docklands, Essendon 6-8-44, Adelaide 1-3-9. On the tennis courts of Wimbledon, there's a lot to look forward to tomorrow night as Ash Barty attempts to win Wimbledon, the singles title, for the first time in Australian since 1980, when Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley won. That match tomorrow night will be on ABC Radio right around Australia from 10:30 Eastern. So the women's final between Ash Barty and Karolina Pliskova, you can catch that on ABC Radio as well as ABC Sport Digital, if you're a digital radio listener. We'll also have just on ABC Sport Digital, the men's final on Sunday night, leading into the early hours of Monday morning, the Euro final between England and Italy. So some fantastic world sport coming your way on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital for Barty and Pliskova tomorrow night after the footy. And then on ABC Sport Digital, you'll get the men's final at Wimbledon as well as the Euro final between England and Italy. And Wembley, I think, based on what we've seen so far, will bring quite the atmosphere. So tune in to digital radio or your analogue radio for Barty and Pliskova. 8-6-44 Essendon, Adelaide 1-3-9 on Grandstand AFL. We'll pause and get the latest from the ABC newsroom and come back to Docklands for the second half of footy.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. South Australia's Premier Stephen Marshall says his state's overall handling of the COVID pandemic has put it in an ideal position to trial home quarantine for fully vaccinated returning travellers. National Cabinet's given a trial of the program in South Australia the green light. The results will be shared with other states and territories. The Premier says it's likely Paralympians or ADF personnel who've been vaccinated in Australia will be among the first to be included in the pilot program. Mr Marshall says the trial will only progress under strict safety and surveillance measures and only with the approval of public health experts. Federal Labor is welcoming a recommendation that COVID-19 vaccination should be mandatory for disability care workers. Disability advocates say they're disappointed and frustrated the jabs have not been mandated, but are hopeful it will be. Shadow Health Minister Mark Butler says disability workers should be brought into line with those in aged care.
This has been a bit of a debacle, frankly. All of those staff, as well as those residents, were supposed to be fully vaccinated by Easter, and although we've finally got there in relation to aged care residents, still the figures I saw yesterday show that less than a quarter of residents of disability facilities are fully vaccinated.
The New South Wales Health Minister says everybody in the state is struggling amid the latest coronavirus outbreak. New South Wales recorded 44 new cases today, 27 of those infectious in the community. Tighter restrictions have come into force. Only one person per household is allowed to leave the house each day for shopping, and people can only exercise with one other person outside their household and within 10 kilometres of their home. The New South Wales Health Minister, Brad Hazzard, says people need to stay indoors.
I think it's a real struggle at the moment for everybody to be seeing what's happening and really concerned that people perhaps are still leaving their homes for reasons that we don't think they really need to be.
The federal government's backed down from a controversial change to NDIS assessments after failing to win over the states and territories. NDIS Minister Linda Reynolds met with counterparts from the 8 jurisdictions today to discuss plans to introduce one-size-fits-all independent assessments of those seeking funding via the scheme. Advocacy groups had warned the approach would have meant the individual needs of each applicant would have been largely overlooked. Victoria's gaming regulator has hit back at criticism that an investigation into accusations made by former employees will be biased. Here's Roseanne Maloney.
5 former inspectors from the Victorian Commission for Liquor and Gaming Regulation say they don't trust their former employee to investigate itself. They've accused the watchdog of ignoring concerns they raised about money laundering at Crown Casino. The Royal Commission into the gaming giant held its final hearings today, and its terms of reference don't include scrutiny of the watchdog. The former inspectors want the Royal Commission to be expanded to examine their claims, but the regulator says it's committed to making the whole process transparent, and the record of its chosen investigator, QC Dr. Ian Freckleton, speaks for itself.
There's been a lively session inside the federal court as media organisations have tried to get access to the ABC's defence in its now resolved defamation case with former Attorney General Christian Porter. Here's Elizabeth Byrne.
Nine, News Corp and Shane Dowling from the Kangaroo Court of Australia argued the suppressions should be lifted as Mr Porter's lawyers asked for the material to be removed from the court file. But Mr Dowling told the court it's a political matter and the public is being denied information. Mr Porter settled with the ABC in May over a story about an unnamed cabinet minister accused of an historical allegation of rape. He denies any wrongdoing. Nine and News Corp told the court there needs to be a good reason to override the normal practice of releasing material at the end of a case.
A massive blaze in a factory on the outskirts of the Bangladeshi capital Dhaka has killed 52 people and injured at least 30, with some people jumping from the upper floors to escape the blaze. It's unclear how many people are still trapped inside the food processing factory, which is about 25 kilometres east of the capital. It caught fire late on Thursday afternoon and is still burning 24 hours later. Fires are common in Bangladesh due to lax enforcement of safety rules. In February last year, 70 people died when an inferno ripped through several Dhaka apartment blocks. For more news at any time, head to abc.net.au/news.
Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app. Join Yumi Steins as she delves into taboo topics in Ladies We Need to Talk.
If I straightened my hair, I was fitting in, and if I didn't, then I was suddenly sort of a Black Panther or something.
Or immerse yourself in the life of someone else in conversations with Richard Feidler and Sarah Konoski.
I remember hearing this tremendous roar and then the boat was literally picked up and thrown upside down.
Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
He's about 60, 65 metres out, Harry Jones. He delivers that long to the top of the goal square, reaching up high was right. The umpire says it's a hold. 11 goals, 6 for the season. This to make it a dozen for the year for Peter Wright in the red and black. Straight as an arrow to McDonald, Tippenwoody. He fakes one way, he's dancing, he's tiptoeing, he's kicking and centering it to Perkins. And Perkins has taken a mark right in front of Schonberg. It's been a bit of a nervy start when it comes to the goal kicking for Perkins. 2 goals, 9 so far, a first-year player. But that was kicked with purpose from Perkins. Merritt had it, lost it, socket off the ground by Stringer, and a chance for Perkins. He's juggled the mark, Archie Perkins, the 19-year-old. He was picked 9 last year from directly in front, sends it on its way. Oh, he brings good energy, does Archie.
The Adelaide captain kicks inside 50 to full forward. Frampton there, hands to it, no mark. Berry tried to rove, couldn't take it with him. Swooped upon by Schonberg, curling kick, yes! McDonald Tippenwoody receives it off the stoppage, hand pass to Waterman. He's got a good look and a good left boot as he snaps it through from 20 metres out.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Half-time at Docklands, Essendon 6-8-44 leading Adelaide 1-3-9. You're with Grandstand AFL, Alistair Nicholson calling alongside Kelly Underwood, Mick Malthouse and Brett Deledio. Tim Hodges is down on the boundary. Hodgie had a bit of work to do in the first quarter and at the start of the second term because Tom Duday went back with immense courage with the flight of the ball to try and defend a marking contest. Anthony McDonald-Tippenwoody coming the other way, absolutely poleaxed him, and Duday took some time to get to his feet, came off a little wonkily, went down to the rooms for a while, came back after quarter time, looked like he was going to return to the field, but then went and spoke to the doctor. It was deemed he was concussed and he is out of the game. So Ben Davis has come onto the ground as the medical replacement. Adelaide with the job ahead. Essendon looking to record a convincing win here. The Bombers by 35 points on Friday Night Football as we enter the second half. Here's Kelly Underwood.
So it's O'Brien, and a very bad bounce by Razor Ray. It took off at right angles, a very acute 45-degree angle.
He gets embarrassed too.
So he tosses it in the air as quickly as he can. Riley O'Brien taps it to himself and then got a kick away, but it's a free kick off the ball here. And it'll be a free kick to Jake Stringer, the milestone man, playing his 150th, just the one goal tonight for Jake. Hasn't had a massive impact yet. There's still a long way to go. So he drives it inside 50. Draper was there. Ball hits the deck. Pouncing on it was Smith. He loses it. And now a tackle applied by Nick Cox. In and under there was Will Hamill.
You're right, Brett. They're tackling really with precision down there. They're making sure that ball stays in there. The young side just can't handle it at this stage.
O'Brien beats Hooker in the ruck, down to Smith, who loses it. Parrish just picks it up. Standing start, kicks it high, and Jones almost grabbed it. Stringer here, right from the boundary, has a flying shot. In fact, it wasn't Stringer, it was Guelphy. And he's put that out of bounds.
Kelly short to the goal square. That wasn't 15 and put Brodie Smith in a bind. He was pursued by Devon Smith and he kicks to the back flank. Frampton hands to it, no mark. McHenry gathered. He's tackled by Stewart. Little man was not giving up the ball there to the much bigger Stewart.
He's as big as my grandson, who's 12.
Thrown in the air. The Shepherd in the ruck contest. Draper's free kick for Essendon. Looked to feed the hand pass around the back. No one there. Draper, 65 from the Essendon goal. To the Lloyd end go the Bombers. The kick goes to full forward. Up goes Harrison Jones. Hooker just stood at the front of the contest, running interference, really had no intention of trying to mark that. And in the lane came Harrison Jones to mark 20 metres out directly in front.
Something that he's very good at, young Harry Jones. Give him a chance to get a run and jump at it. He's very long, very bouncy, as you called earlier, Cal. Just need him to finish off here. The first one on the board.
Goals in 8 of his past 9, multiple goals in 6 of those games. An emerging prospect drives through the opening goal of the second half. Consolidates Essendon's significant lead. 41 points it stands at now at the 2.5 minute mark of the third. It's the Bombers 7-8-50, Adelaide 139 on Grandstand AFL with Brett Deledio and Mick Malthouse.
Well, as I said before, Essendon just look bigger and stronger all over the ground. And when you've just recruited young players and you see them come out like that, it just reminds me so much of the Essendon sides of the 70s, 80s. Just tall, rangy players that can win their own football, get the ball on the ground, take good marks. This is an exciting side. I know it crumbled after quarter time last week, but they probably are the best side outside. Well, Richmond are outside the 8, aren't they? So they're one of the best sides outside the 8. And they've still got a sniff of it too.
Brett Deledio raised the point in the pre-match about maybe the kids fatiguing in Jones, Cox and Perkins. But not tonight. They've been fantastic. So too, Stringer here is taking it out of the centre. Back to Draper, a little dinky kick. Centre half forward it is. Smith puts the handball into space. Will Hamill slides onto it. He's tackled, shoveling it out, gets it to Cox. Cox handballs, a little bit too hot for Langford. Langford couldn't stick the tackle on Jones. And they're off now, the Crows. Quick handballs, although they're not out of trouble. Riley O'Brien works its way to Lockie Murphy, stops, props, and then kicks towards Phil Thorpe. And the umpire's seen something. It'll be a free kick to Essendon, will it? No, it's going Phil Thorpe's way.
Yeah, he got grabbed just before he went for the footy, so it was good umpiring, actually. Caught him there a long time, didn't he?
It was downfield.
Yeah. Oh, was it?
Yeah, Lockie Murphy got dumped after he kicked.
Well, it was interesting enough. He got grabbed before he went for the footy. I thought...
Yeah, no, it was a late push from Jake Stringer.
OK, well, Phil Thorpe's got the free kick and he's got it on 50, 45 degrees out. He is a long thumping kick. Phil Thorpe... Oh, it's hit the post. Looking for just their second of the night. Goals have been hard to come by. Missing no Taylor Walker, of course, tonight. 7-8-50 Essendon. Adelaide 1-4-10. Early stages of the third.
Ridley brings it in to Stewart. In the right back pocket for Essendon. Clears defensive 50 with a kick to the wing. Hooker's got separation. Late spoil came from Smith but chopped the arms. Play onto advantage. Guelphy emerges. A bounce on the dock swing. Runs to half forward. Feeds the hand pass to Perkins. Perkins through the 50. Will he go for goal? Oh, Perkins! He misses on the right-hand side only narrowly. He's got 2 tonight, Perkins. That wasn't far away from a third. Essendon by 41 points again through 5 minutes of the third quarter.
They might have another Rising Star nomination after this effort by Archie Perkins tonight. Margin is 41 as Murray brings it back into play. Murphy picks it up, quick hands, Laird involved, back to Thilthorpe, who's a long way from the big sticks. He's got it across half-back. Murphy tries to take on McDonald, Tip and Woody, then panicked, gave it off to Hamill. Hamill gets around McDonald, Tip and Woody, but they've coughed it up here maybe. Too many handballs. McHenry under the pump. Gets his kick away just in time. Thilthorpe dabs it over the top to Murphy. They've worked it all the way to the arc.
Could be 50 there.
Yep, Laverty stripped it, just flicked that ball out of Murphy's hands. Now he's told to stand. So Murphy wheels around and goes for home. And he's missed.
Do you think it was 50 or am I just imagining?
I think he hung it out there deliberately and brushed it against Laverty from what I was watching.
I'm just trying to pinch a goal from.
Yeah, fair enough too.
Laverty goes to the city side of the ground, charging out. Harrison Jones punched away by Murray. Comes to Laird. Laird off to Brodie Smith. Kicks a low one inside 50. Ridley collides with Pedler. Picked up by Schonberg. Tackled, dispossessed. A throw. Play onto advantage. Merritt off to Waterman by hand. To Stewart at fullback for Essendon. Beautiful clearing kick to the back flank. Finds Perkins. Archie Perkins goes back and assesses the options. One of the outlets closed down by Adelaide. He spies a short pass to Waterman. Waterman to Merritt, who had to stretch to take it. Still the defensive side of the Docks wing. Merritt doesn't waste the footy usually. He'll go for a territory gainer. Langford to Rise. Hands to it. Couldn't complete the mark on the second take. He's collected by Keys. And he's sitting on it. As McHenry's in over the top. Keys in from the side. Langford didn't do enough to dispose of the ball. Pulled it in, said the ump. Adelaide free kick, defensive side of the wing. It's Essendon by 40 through 7 minutes of the third term.
He's very stiff. I thought he was going for the mark.
He was.
And he fall on the ball.
So McHenry to Brodie Smith from one side of the centre square to the other, where Murray marks, flares it wide. This is Murphy. Got it on the city wing. Short over the top to Scholl. Shorter still. They've done this a lot tonight. These really short, sharp kicks. And the delivery inside 50 wasn't great. Ridley's able to mark in front of Frampton. The kick was coming from Paul Seedsman. So another disappointing foray forward for the Adelaide Crows. And the Bombers can build across half-back. James Stewart's kick was out of bounds on the full, looking for Cutler. They can move it quickly here, the Crows. So they've got it at half forward. Ben Keys inboard to Seedsman, who's had a stack of the footy tonight. He's got it on the edge of this centre square. He'll take off. He's a thumping kick. He looked to get around and then he handballs over to Schonberg. Schonberg from true centre half forward goes the distance. It's marked on the line. Right on the line. It just needed a little extra oomph.
Redmond kicks to the back pocket for Essendon. Mark taken by Laverty. Laverty feeds a hand pass to a running Redmond. Out he comes through defensive 50. Now a hand pass to Ridley. Too far out in front of him, but no Crows in the vicinity. Picked up by Ridley. He gets around one. Off to Snelling by hand. Another hand pass. And now going for a Lopez Cox. A bounce around the outer side. He takes on Seidman. He caught. Got a hand pass to Merritt. Another hand pass to Perkins. He finally kicks it inside 50. Stringer's there. Punch down in front by McKay. Wright got it. Slick hand pass up. Pedler just ran interference at the critical moments. He's tackled high by the intended target of that hand pass, Cale Hooker. And a free kick to the Crows in defence. It's used short to the left back pocket and Kelly. Kelly looks to the back flank. Brodie Smith is closed down by Cutler. Instead it's a short pass to Davis. Davis top of the goal square. He goes to the right back pocket. He's found Murray, but no easy way out for Adelaide. Murray tries a precision kick and he does find Hamill. Perkins thought he got a hand to it. Dragged down, hand pass away to Scholl. Scholl kicks towards half forward, finds the free Frampton.
He's just got two Adelaide Crows players inside 50. He's still a long way out. Frampton, centering kick. He's kicked it straight to Harry Jones. That is sloppy and disappointing, although he's going to kick it straight back to Frampton. He was looking for Cox. Frampton got the spoil. Scooped up there by Hamill. Back to Frampton, and now they're away. This is Ben Davis's kick, looking for Riley O'Brien. He got down low, which is tough for a ruckman to get down that low, that ball. And instead it dribbles over the boundary line. So just one goal so far in this second half. It's gone 10 minutes. It went to Jones for the Bombers. Great crowding for this one. We've got fans in the first level, the second level and the third level. They're mainly wearing red and black. Little toe poke off the ground by Keys. Picked up by Stewart. Handballs to Ridley. He's tackled. He's tackled well by Thilthorpe. And was it play on because it's been soccered through? And it is a goal. It's a goal to the Adelaide Crows. Murphy jumped on the loose ball after Thilthorpe with the tackle on Ridley. And I think we're going to a review, even though Lockie Murphy is celebrating a goal.
Well, the Bombers defenders immediately pointed to the padding on the post. They thought it was a ball that had brushed the post on the way through, Kel.
So we're just having a look at this review. It was a low one. The ball doesn't flick the inside of the right goal post.
Need Snicko. That's right. I'll take Snicko for that.
Looking at these angles, we can see no deviation as the ball passes the post and no spike on edge. Decision on scoreboard.
Chelsea Roffey is the goal umpire down there at that end, and that will be deemed a goal.
Well, she's in good position, really good position. Not right on the goal line, but close enough and got across.
So flashed up on the giant screen here. A few Bombers fans are booing that one. But look, the Crows will take them any which way they can at the moment. That's just their second goal for the night. And it was Lockie Murphy pouncing on that loose ball. 2-5-17 Adelaide. Essendon with the lead, 7-9-51. It's a margin of 34 points.
Is there a fog coming down over the ground, or is it just the dampness? It's just... I mean, we're freezing up in here. Thanks, Kel, you got your jacket on.
Well, yes, I've got about 6 layers on, actually, Mick. I'm glad you asked me that because I did think that earlier and I thought I won't say it because I'll sound silly, but my weather temperature on my phone is telling me it's currently 5.9 in Melbourne, feels like 5 degrees.
Yeah, I think
I think it might be just a very thin layer of fog.
Yeah. I think it says minus in front of that 5 too. It's quite
I feel like you're back in Ballarat.
Absolutely.
They were talking snow up in Ballarat. It's going to be a cold one up there. With Gold Coast take on GWS.
Do the Giants start favourites because they've played in the snow before?
Exactly.
Worst night of my life.
You were there, of course, Lids, yes.
And Clarko didn't let anyone wear the long sleeves. Out of the middle, McKay off to Laird, gets Adelaide towards centre half forward. Good mark taken for Essendon. Redmond stood his ground. He kicks towards the wing. Snelling lost sight of it for a moment. Sliding through, Chase Jones overcommitted. Snelling picks up, hand pass flicked on cleverly by Devon Smith to McDonald, Tip and Woody, the excitement machine. Hand pass along the ground, good pick up hooker, back to McDonald, Tip and Woody in the pocket. He gives it off to Perkins. Perkins bananas! It's an Olympic year. And that was rare goal. The best kind of goal for Perkins. What a passage of play for Essendon. 8-9-57 the Bombers. Adelaide 2-5-17. Perkins has 3, and that was absolutely superb.
Yeah, goal of the night. Oh, absolutely it was. Great touch right all the way in front of us too.
How good was it? The Devon Smith little quick knock on.
Oh, yeah.
He's claiming a handball. I used to watch him and Dill Shield practice out of the Giants years ago. The ball wouldn't quite come to him and they just keep flicking on. That's exactly what he did there to Tip and Woody. He was clean all the way through, Tip and Woody as well, wasn't he? But the ability for Archie Perkins to step through, first-year player, break a couple of tackles, and then to jag that on his right foot, banana. He's having a night at the moment, isn't he?
He certainly is.
9 disposals for Archie Perkins. He's kicked 3 goals, 1. Margins 40. Back in the centre we go. Stringer fighting hard. Stolen by Laird. Off to Smith. Smith out in front of Thilthorpe. Couldn't quite handle it in the air. He got his hands to it. Slipped through them, and when it hits the deck, they jump on top.
A bit stiffer, actually. I thought he got manhandled all the way down there.
Had Laverty right on his hammer, didn't he, Mick?
He certainly did.
So tossed in the air right on the 50, right in the ruck. Keys tries to go. Instead, he goes without it. Stringer flicks it out to Merritt. On the left, he was looking for Hooker. Couldn't quite find him. Backing back, copping one high. was the sub who's come in Ben Davis.
Yeah, there's not much. Essendon got it beautifully layered. They should kill this ball.
Davis in front, not quite. Phil Thorpe, Hind, just hacks it out of the danger zone. Good spoil from Murray. Straight down the throat of McDonald Tipungwuti. He stops, he props, he's thinking, he's bouncing, he's getting around one. He can't get around Rory Sloane. He gets his kick away. Oh, Jake Kelly's dropped an absolute sitter. And he swings Archie Perkins round in a 360, not once, but twice. Oh, Perkins has been taken high. Perkins wins a free kick. Everything Archie Perkins touches at the moment is turning to gold.
Oh, I think he's very lucky. He swung around 3 times. Yeah, I don't get that. I don't get that when you've got that much. That is 3 times. That is 3.5, and it's a bad tackle in the end. But that should have been whistled well before this.
So Archie Perkins lining up for his 10th disposal and his 4th goal, and he's pushed that, sprayed it right across the face.
Are you into that, Brett? Is that am I just imagining things, or is that incorrect disposal, or do we say holding the ball or what? There's 3 times he went spun around.
I think it was because Kelly had a hand on the footy and was holding it to him as to why he got the benefit of the doubt on that one. But I agree. I think if you take on the tackle and get spun, that was the rule that was brought in to eliminate that, to keep the ball moving.
Brodie Smith kicked into Butts. Butts hoisted out towards the wing on the outer side, but Peter Wright playing in front of Frampton has marked for Essendon.
He's been good for Essendon, and I don't necessarily mean tonight. What he's done is, when Draper was out, he was standing up. Now they can put double pressure on.
Right back inside the attacking 50. Murray up in front, hands to it, didn't mark. Snelling Robes tackled by Murray. Great play in defence. Hooker's hand pass out to Devon Smith. Evaded a tackle. Gave to McDonald Tipungwuti. Continue the party for the Bombers. Waller's in on the act as well. And they all celebrate with Anthony McDonald Tipungwuti. The Essendon rush has started. 17 played third term on Grandstand AFL. The Bombers 9-10-64. Adelaide 2-5-17. Brett Deledio.
You called it, Al. The rush is coming. They're smelling blood here, the Bombers. They're absolutely piling on the pressure. And it was again those 2 small forwards connecting. Dev Smith, ability to step through traffic. Just found McDonald Tipungwuti all by himself in the middle of the corridor. And you know how well he finishes in front of goal. That's bread and butter for him. The right foot snap. But they're smelling the kilt, the Bombers. That percentage boost that they've been after, that's what they're after right now. They're piling on the pressure, especially in that front half, but then they're piling on the goals as well.
What do you do if you're Adelaide, Mick Malthouse, at the moment? If you're in the coach's box, you're Matthew Nicks, and you see this game getting badly away from you?
Well, I've said before, El, you structure up in the forward line and just take the punt that if you win 40% of the football, well, you're going to score, because right now they can't score because their forward line is just dysfunctional.
Last week against the Brisbane Lions, they conceded 12 goals to 1 in the second half, and it looks like a case of deja vu as the Bombers take it out of the centre again. Snelling handballing to Smith, Smith to Parrish. Parrish wheels around, 70 out. He drives it towards McDonald Tipungwuti, who hits the pack hard. Perkins goes the toe poke. Which way will it roll? It's rushed over by Scholl.
Just that question, El. They're not getting the ball at the source for a start off, and that kills you, because once you don't get that, so load up. If you're going to take a forward line player away, put him at the centre or at the stoppage, so you've got an extra, and then try to, well, you just do your best, but you've got to stop the supply, and Essendon are getting so much of that at the moment.
Chase Jones into Seedsman. Seedsman to the right back pocket to Butts. Butts kicks to the right half back flank. Not 15. Scholl told to play on, goes as far as he can. O'Brien playing in front of Draper. Draper the spoil, Langford the rove. Hand pass didn't hit a target. McHenry goes through. He's tackled, lost possession of the ball. Gleeson takes possession. He's tackled by Rowe. A ball up outer side. City wing. Essendon 9-11-65. Adelaide 2-5-17. 19 played of the third term at the back of the stoppage. Scholl gets a hand pass out to Schonberg, who's had good moments, been a rare shining light for the Crows, but his kick here is intercepted by Stewart of Essendon. He beats Frampton again, kicks out to left half back.
Just dominating it, and that's...
To Nick Cox, off to Devon Smith, who has a real run and dash down the boundary line, kicks to a one-on-one. It was Hooker up against Butts. Neither could take it in the air. Handball back to Riley O'Brien, who just hacks it, and that's going to land almost in the front row. Out of bounds on the full length of the closest Bomber to take it.
What's the inside 50s there, Kel?
The inside 50 count is 40 to 20 in Essendon's favour. So Langford with the kick into the pocket, almost right. He leapt up high. Davis does well, takes a few on, gets the handball off to Keys. And then a high ball to do 2-on-2 on the City wing. The umpire's seen a free. Holding it. It's against the Bombers. This is still Thorpe who takes it. Defensive side of the wing. Oh, he's kicked in to the man on the mark. Loose ball. Still they go, the Crows. Quick couple of hands. Although Seedsman tackled by Hine. Gee, they're hungry. They've got a real appetite now, the Bombers, and they're running in waves as McHenry gets it. He sends it into the pocket. And Pedler couldn't mark. Do they keep it in? Laverty's still going. He's taking on 3 Adelaide Crows players out there. Eventually, the umpire blows his whistle. There is some exhausted players hunched over. 5 minutes to play in this third term. Essendon by 48.
Umpire tosses it up on the attacking 50 for Adelaide. Draper knocked it down. Attempted soccer out of the air. Missed by Schonberg. Parrish towards the boundary line. Over it goes. Umpire says throw it in. There was just a little conference between the 2 field umpires to determine whether that may have been paid insufficient intent. Fans are getting involved. Can't quite make out what they're saying.
Archie.
Oh, Jakey are they, Tim Hodges? What do you make of it down on the boundary? What, can you interpret for us?
I think it was Jakey. Jakey String is just on the bench here, about to come back on the ground in his 150th. I have a feeling the wave might be the next thing. It's just a really bored crowd right now.
Archie was worthy, Kel. It'll be Archie next. He's kicked 3. This young star for Essendon. Out of a stoppage situation, Sloane kicks forward, and Frampton, playing in front on this occasion, takes the mark. Yeah. He's 40 metres out directly in front. He beats Laverty in that contest.
And Archie's coming off.
Here we go.
Guess who's coming on? Jakey.
Maryborough boys have come down to support him.
So Billy Frampton with the not so accurate leg this season. 2 goals, 10. He's got the one behind tonight. It's a moment when accuracy needs to be found for Adelaide. From Billy Frampton, 45 outs. He's missed on the right, only narrowly. Oh, that would have looked pretty good off the boot. It clipped the post on the way through. That's agonising for Billy Frampton. 2 goals, 11 now for the season, and the margin is 47 to Essendon.
I've never seen a man so determined to get the Sharon than Jake Stringer when he's run on. We've got 4 minutes for Bombers fans to see if Jake Stringer can get a goal before three-quarter time. Playing in his 150th tonight. They've had a lot to celebrate. So the kick from Ridley. Defensive lead to Gleeson.
Oh, what's he supposed to do?
He didn't stand. Pedler.
He didn't stand. He had to get there.
Just his second game. So I've seen this lately, the trend where stand straight away. It doesn't matter where you are. You don't even have time to get in position in the man-the-mark position. So here go the Bombers. Beautiful twist there by Nick Cox. How good was that to get rid of his opponent? Give it to Snelling. Back to Cox in the pocket. Quick hands to Smith. Smith, he's circled. He kicks towards McDonald, Tip and Woody. But Jones with the intercepting mark. Young Chase Jones playing number 32 from Launceston. Couldn't break into the midfield, so they found a position for him across half-back. Experimenting, you would think, for the rest of this season to see if he can get a spot in this team. He kicks to Sloane. Sloane to a 2-on-1, and it's 2 Bombers players, and that is as easy as you like for Redmond. Sends it back inboard. Snelling juggles the mark, wants to move it, tried the handball, but he's held up by the player manning the mark. Block set by Draper, the man on the mark. Snelling gets his kick away to Redmond. Now Mason loves a long goal. Instead, he pulls the kick at the last minute. And it's a beautiful delivery. Silver service to Devon Smith on a long lead directly in front. A set shot from 40 metres out.
I think that's what the stand rule does allow. You know, the ability to get away from the man on the mark and opens the game up and plays that quick play on. Otherwise, he would have been covered by Ben Keys on his right boot there and just slows the game right down.
So Devon Smith for his 15th touch of the night to make it his first goal. He puts plenty of air in that one and he's missed. Just missing. Adelaide 2-6-18, Essendon 9-12-66. Margin is 48 points, a couple of minutes before three-quarter time.
I know what you're going to say, Brett. You've just got nothing to kick to, have they?
Where's their key forwards? They're
all sitting back far too far. And they give Essendon every opportunity to do what they want to do with it.
From the kick in, McKay goes back to fullback and Chase Jones, who kicks to Billy Frampton. There's one of those forwards up the ground. He marks at half-back, kicks around the city wing, finds Rowe. Promising build-up from Adelaide.
Look where Frampton is now. He's behind the ball. You can't mark the ball.
Kick to O'Brien at half-forward up in front, spoiled away by Draper. Laverty got the rove.
He's not running either, Mick.
Hand pass pinched by Hamill of Adelaide. Comes to Seedsman. Seedsman evaded a tackle, kick to the forward pocket. Ridley, too tall for Murphy, punches it away and Redmond takes it through for a minor score. Adelaide moves to 2-7-19, Essendon 9-12-66, 26-minute mark of the third quarter. Bill's on the text, mix 0437774774. Does the Crows' coaching style deserve questioning tonight, he asked.
Look, he looks like he's playing back. So, in fairness, if that's where he's gone, which is quite remarkable, he's the only tool they've got.
In Billy Frampton, yeah, he has been moved back, you're right.
So, but if you're going to go small forward line, you don't bring the ball in high.
So the Bombers with possession. Jones flies right in front of the Crows bench. He can't mark. It's pumped over from behind by Butt. So a boundary throw in. Essendon by 15 points at quarter time. Essendon by 35 at half time. They lead by 47 in the final minute before three-quarter time. Ball spinning back into play. O'Brien gets rid of Draper. Slapping it forward there was McKay. Nice little pick up by Stringer to Merritt to Redmond, standing stark, curls it round the corner. O'Brien just flicks it down to the advantage of Smith, who flicks it back towards Redmond, fires the handball to Merritt. They're so quick and impressive with their hands. Hind can release the player standing right in the middle of the ground in Nick Cox. He waits, he looks left, he looks right, he delivers left to Gleeson. Gleeson can just dab it over the top to Cutler, who marks 55 metres out. What's inside 50? They're streaming in. And I think Cutler says yes. He stops, he points towards the goal and he says, I'm going to back myself in here. I'll have to kick it about 58 metres, but I think I've got it in me. When your team's leading by 47, why not? Tom Cutler. When he started his approach, heard the siren. He heard the siren. He's been told he can go back. And now the umpire just comes in and whispers in his ear, remember? He can't step off your line. Hasn't kicked a goal from his 5 games so far this season. Tom Cutler in his 80th game. From 58 metres out, it hasn't quite got the distance. And it's thumped away. So the margin will be 47 points at three-quarter time. Essendon 9-12-66. Adelaide 2-7-19. And the goal kickers, it's Murphy and Schonberg for the Crows, with missing their 2 leading goal kickers tonight in Walker and McAdam. And for the Bombers, what a night for Archie Perkins. He's booted 3. McDonald, Tippenwoody, Jones, Waterman, Wright, Stringer and Hooker.
Be interested to see what the lowest score is from Adelaide against Essendon.
We can look that up quickly, but we will go down to Tim Hodges because there are developments from an Essendon perspective on the injury front, Hodgie.
Yeah, there are developments. The paperwork has just been lodged, and I'm not exactly sure what's wrong with Kyle Langford. He's just put the jacket on. He's just walking out to the huddle. He's talking to Matthew Richardson from the television network. So I'll be interested to see whether he puts a bag of ice somewhere or why he's out of the game. but Braden Ham has been activated and will start in the final term. So Langford out, Ham in, and just repeating the earlier news that Tom Doedee was out of this game with concussion.
You're going to go right back to the beginning for the Adelaide Crows, just about, Mick. Round 4, 1991, 6-11-47.
Up and down all night. 6-11's the lowest score.
6-11-47 was their previous lowest score against Essendon.
Well, I'd like to be putting odds, the money on the that won't be eclipsed.
Well, 2-7-19 at the moment, 9-12-66 Essendon. The Bombers turn for home with a 47-point lead on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Surprise! There's good surprises. Oh, thanks, guys. And bad surprises. Make me the happiest man alive.
No.
Oh. Like that. Look, go for the good surprises, friends. Good surprises only. Here's one, ABC iView. It's filled with jaw-dropping comedy, eye-popping drama, and heaps of mind-blowing television. Download the app now on your phone, tablet or smart TV. ABC iView. Don't be surprised if you're surprised.
ABC Sport.
Can a red-hot Ash Barty win Wimbledon?
She's already the first Aussie woman in 41 years to make the final.
This is as good a tennis match as I'll ever play, and now we get a chance to try and live out a childhood dream.
Catch Ash as she chases her first Wimbledon crown on ABC Radio.
And ABC Sport Digital Radio tomorrow night.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Draper, 65 from the Essendon goal to the Lloyd end go the Bombers. The kick goes to full forward. Up goes Harrison Jones. Goals in 8 of his past 9, multiple goals in 6 of those games. An emerging prospect drives through the opening goal of the second half.
Picked up by Stewart. Handballs to Ridley. He's tackled. He's tackled well by Thilthorpe. And was it play on because it's been soccered through? It's a goal to the Adelaide Crows. Murphy jumped on the loose ball after Thilthorpe with the tackle on Ridley.
Snelling picks up, hand pass flicked on cleverly by Devon Smith to McDonald, Woody, the excitement machine. Hand pass along the ground, good pick up, hooker back to McDonald, Woody in the pocket. He gives it off to Perkins. Perkins bananas! Out to Devon Smith, evaded a tackle, gave to McDonald, Woody. Continue the party for the Bombers.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Three-quarter time at Docklands. Friday night football. Essendon 9-12-66, leading Adelaide 2-7-19. So the equation for Adelaide to avoid its lowest score against the Bombers, they'd have to sneak past 6-11-47. So that's a fair way off at the moment for the Crows, the way they've been playing. Tom Doedee out of the game, concussed at the end of the first quarter when he was collected running back with the flight in a huge collision with Anthony McDonald, Woody. He was lucky to get up. It was an enormously courageous act from Doedee, but ultimately one that cost him his night. The Adelaide Crows' lowest ever score full stop was 3-6-24 against St Kilda in round 18 2011. So the Crows will need to find at least another 5-6 points to avoid that indignity tonight. It's not been a great night for the Crows. Essendon looking for a percentage boost and to stay in contention for the top 8. Mick Malthouse and Brett Deledio have been taking it in on Grandstand AFL.
Yeah, it's been hard to watch from an Adelaide perspective. I think coming into the game, I thought they were both pretty exciting teams. They'd really show us, how they're going to go forward with their footy. But missing Tex Walker, I think he's a key out for the Crows here. Yes, we understand he's their leading goal kicker, so he's a focal point up there, but he straightens them up and he gives these other boys a starting point and a reference point as to where they should set up as well. But I also think further down the field, he delivers that message if they're going side to side, which I've watched them a few times. They've made a couple of double switches. And your forwards see the first one, they come all the way out to one side, and then you wonder why they've got nothing to kick to. It's because they're still stuck on one side of the ground while the backs and the mids are trying to get across to the other. So they're shooting themselves in the foot a little bit in that sense, but I think that'll be something that they'll really learn from. They'll be able to review pretty hard. But from Essendon's point of view, they just need to continue to pile on the goals here, I think. Make this a really big win if they can. I'd like to see Archie Perkins, fill his boots and get himself 4 or 5 That'd be my test for him for going into this last quarter.
He's starting in the middle at the start of the last quarter.
Like it.
Archie Perkins in number 16 with 3 goals to his name, and Essendon leading this contest by 47. O'Brien, the first tap down, goes after his own ball. In the end, Keys gets it for Adelaide. Hand pass to Sloan, a hand pass to Laird. He runs into Sloan. Then he's tackled and dispossessed by Parrish. McKay's pushed off it. Draper gets it. Hand pass to Stringer through the front portion of the square. His kick misses Hooker and skids towards the boundary line and trickles out left forward pockets. Mick Malthouse, what did you make of the third?
What I made the third was a breakdown across the forward line and also not winning enough ball at the source. Like Seedsman, who is one of their high possession getting players, hardly any entrances. You can't win games without getting the ball inside your front 50.
So a boundary throw in the attacking end for the Bombers, but Hampton playing down back. He started up forward, gets the kick out. Ricochet straight back to the Bombers. Here's Stringer, tries to get around Smith. He does, and then from 52 he curls it to the top of the goal square. Big fly from Hooker, almost claimed that mark. Play on, says the umpire. McDonald Tippenwoody lays a tackle. And the ball once again just camped deep in Essendon's attacking end. It'll be a ball up at the top of the goal square. Here we go, right, and O'Brien. O'Brien palms it down only as far as Perkins, gets his handball away. Stolen by O'Brien. Seedsman pounces off to McKay. McKay, with all the experience for the Adelaide Crows, drives it out to a one-on-one. It's going to come back inside 50, bouncing ball. Sloan. I've called his name a lot tonight, Rory Sloan, to Seedsman, who's going to handball almost towards the boundary line. And under the pump, Cox and Rory Sloan see it over. What's the latest with Langford, Tim Hodges?
He's called for Kyle Langford. We were watching, wondering what was wrong with him, why he was subbed out of this game. The sinister bag of ice has gone to the right hamstring, so unfortunately Langford set for a stint on the sidelines with another hammy.
O'Brien tapped it down. Stringer got a hold of it. His kick, though, affected as he was tackled. Schonberg got a hand pass to Frampton. He's gone back for the Crows. Kick towards centre-half back. Pedler couldn't mark. Guelphy and Hine combined, and Hine now spots up Snelling. 40 metres out, 45-degree angle to the left.
I feel a bit sorry for that young Luke Pedler. He's having to be the centre-half forward for him, and he's getting bombed on his head each time. He's fighting against two. And young Chase Jones just lost his way a little bit in the defensive end. Didn't have any sort of contact on Snelling. And just slipped him. And a nice, easy kick for Hine to make.
So Snelling to continue the Essendon procession. Kick looks good off the boots. Carries the distance just. O'Brien was on the line. It was centimetres from his outstretched fingers as it went through the major opening. Essendon's 10th goal. 10-12-72 the Bombers. Adelaide 2-7-19. 3 minutes played final term on Grandstand AFL. Brett Delidio and Mick Malthouse.
Just looking at Seedsman, I like Seedsman, one, as a bloke, I had him at Collingwood. Two, I like him the way he's able to use the football. But a player like him, when you look at his stats, you've got to go, how many times did you get the ball inside 50? And that's the mark of being able to work behind the ball, but also then get forward so you can get the double ups or even the counter ones. He's one of their leading marking players, but I think a lot of leading marking players are backline players, not necessarily wingers. So he's getting a lot of what I call cheap football. He's got to start to utilise that.
Damaging stuff.
He's got to get... That's right. You played a lot on the wing, you know what I'm talking about.
So Seedsman with the 24 disposals, and then you look, I guess, and compare it to Rory Sloan, who's had the 15, Mick, but a lot of contested possessions and some inside 50s as well, as the Crows go inside 50, and it's repelled once again, a mark by Laverty, and out wide it flares to the Bombers. And Guelphy's got the mark. He doesn't waste any time. Kicks up the line to Stringer. He doesn't like the attention he gets from Kelly, two tough nuts. Shoves Kelly in the chest. Takes off straight away, right in front of the Bombers bench. His kick made really life difficult for Wright. And it's all yellow Guernseys. Quick hurry kick towards Kelly and Stringer again. Stringer emerges with the footy. Handballs over the top to Smith. Lowers his eyes, and this time the delivery is perfect. Wright had to slide in on his knees and take a mark in front of Billy Frampton, who doesn't know whether he's Arthur or Martha at the moment. Frampton, he was coming in thinking he'd be supported by Himmelberg and Tex Walker would be around, and suddenly he was the only forward, and now he's back down playing defence.
He was a good target up forward. I don't know whether they're robbing Peter to pay Paul here. They're better off lose by a couple more goals, but at least have a forward that they can get the ball to. He marked well, he just didn't kick well.
So Peter Wright for his first goal of the night from right on 50. That is a strike and a half. And that was it touched on the line? No, it wasn't. A goal to Peter Wright. 2-metre Peter can kick it a long way.
He can.
Essendon by 59 points, 11-12-78. Adelaide 2-7-19.
I think that was his second
goal.
Right. Yeah, it's beautiful big kick from the big fella, but just too much time for Dev Smith to make his mind up. You know, they gave Jakey Stringer the ball, loopy handball over to Dev Smith. Just not enough pressure on him. He could just waltz forward. He had the longer target going inside 50 or just allowed Peter Wright to do his work. And it's a nice, easy little drop-off kick from Dev Smith, which we know he's very good at. So, nice return for Big Pete. He's worked up and down the ground and get Chopper out in the ruck as well. So, he's pretty happy with his game.
So, this win will put them right up to 9th, just 2 points behind the Giants, but their percentage up to 103. And the Giants are lingering in the 90s at the moment. So, the percentage is important in this final term.
And Stringer bursting out of the middle to try and add more. He kicks inside 50 over the head of Harry Jones. Hooker comes out, gathers near the boundary line. Hand pass over his head, speculative. Frampton gets it. His hand pass too high for the intended target, Keys. Going through hard was Snelling. He's tackled, dispossessed. Out the back it comes McDonald. Tippin Woody evaded a couple. Hand pass to Perkins, top of the 50. Hand pass hits the ground. Stringer gets it, slams it on his boot, goes for goal and misses on the left-hand side. A 60-point lead to Essendon. 6-minute mark of the final term on Grandstand AFL. Those percentages on the live ladder as the score is at the moment. So Essendon came in at 98.7 as it stands, has increased that percentage, Kel, by 4.5 just about.
And the Crows are the other story. The flip side, staring down the barrel of maybe their lowest ever score. Just 2 goals. We're 7 minutes into this final term. They've got possession, Adelaide, and it's just 15-metre kicks, all in the defensive 50.
Yeah, well, that's six possessions, taking them nowhere. They can run. They're a good running side, but they want to go wide because they haven't got a target.
And that's what they do.
But if you run the football, you don't need that type of target.
Wide to Kelly, and then Kelly's kick back inboard to Smith, who marks. Very different side, the Adelaide, to what started the game against the Brisbane Lions. They were energetic and fast and full of run, plenty of handballs. Very different side here tonight. And that kick, well, that was sloppy by Smith. It's gone straight to Cutler. Cutler marks in front of the interchange gates. He just loops or wedges that kick over the top to Waterman. You can smell more goals in the air, the Bombers. Waterman says it going long, clear out. Oh, and he's kicked it straight into the man on the mark. Berry's been hit in the face. Waterman goes and wins the footy. Handballs to Draper, handballs to Stewart, handballs to Ridley, and they can flick the switch, Al, and bring it round the City side.
Kick goes to centre half back. Laverty out to the City wing where the mark's taken by Redmond. He plays on. Low kick to the half forward flank. Great stretch and strong hands, Cox. He's an athletic type. He's told to move it by the interested Essendon onlookers. He's 55 out. He goes long to the teeth of goal. Harry Jones worked his way to the front. McDonald Tippin Woody almost about to rove it. Socket through by Brodie Smith from inside the goal square. It's a rush behind. A 61-point lead to Essendon at the 9-minute mark of the final quarter. Adelaide's lowest ever score is 3-6-24. That was round 18, 2011 against St Kilda. At the moment, the Crows 2-7-19, 9 minutes into the final term.
So they need a goal. They need a goal in 13 and a half minutes to avoid a nasty piece of history as the ball comes back inside 50 again for Essendon. Oh, Berry's got himself in a pickle. He's tackled by Perkins. And guess who gets the free kick? It was holding the ball, and Archie will get it and he'll line up for his 4th.
Oh, Razor's playing along. He must have heard me. He wants 4 or 5 for Archie as well. I tell you what, the shoe was on the other foot. Archie was he was given an eternity at the other end of the ground, Mick, as you were talking about. That one was red hot. He did pretty well in the end, but a nice tackle, and that's probably where it's really started this game for him. and the Bombers in their front half. Their ability to lock it in there and just giving themselves second opportunities.
He's learned a lot from Ben Brown.
So Archie Perkins lining up for his fourth goal. They call him the Perkinator out at Tullamarine. And the Perkinator is offline. He's missed by a mile.
Well, it didn't help. Well, his run-up, I reckon. He started in Ballarat.
Well, we're told by Kevin in Myrtleford, Mick, that it's very cold up there tonight. Great call, everybody. Says Kevin, thanks for your text, mate. From the kick in, the ball goes out to the back flank for Adelaide. Guess who won it again? Essendon. Redmond a hand pass to Perkins, top of the 50. Kicks towards the hot spot. Hooker was held by the arm. Umpire didn't see it. Butts took the intercept mark at fullback for the Crows. So Perkins has kicked 3 goals, 3 tonight. So his season tally stands at 5 goals, 12 now. Butts with a kick back to the back flank. Redmond rises and takes a fine mark in a pack of 4 for the Bombers. He's on the city side of Docklands, attacking side of the wing. McDonald Tippenwoody on a short lead. Kick goes in his direction. Got it! He looked to have given up on the lead, then saw the kick was coming. He had Davis right on his hammer and still took the mark, McDonald Tippenwoody. He'll have to kick this from about 45 metres out, 45-degree angle to the right.
That's a very good mark. That is a fantastic hands.
He's kicked one, he goes short. He doesn't want a second. He wants to give Cale Hooker the opportunity. He's on a less significant angle, a little closer to goal, about 40 metres out, Cale Hooker. He's kicked 1 goal, 2.
Mick, what's the message that you'd be sending out to your leaders, your senior players now? You don't want the wheels to fall off. Well, you want things to stay what you've been practising for a long period of time.
Yeah, and I'll wait for him to have his shot for goal, but
Hooker on approach to the Fletcher end of the ground. Once a defender, come forward, go defence again, go forward again. And that one was more the kick of a defender. He misses on the right-hand side. So Cale Hooker tonight, 1 goal, 3 for Essendon. The Bombers lead by 63 points, and inaccuracy is really the only thing saving Adelaide from utter humiliation.
Well, I'd be saying for a start off, there's no point. I'd be saying at half-time, there's no point whatsoever in kicking the ball in the air.
So the kick in and a turnover, and Ham the sub with the flying shot at goal missing to the right-hand side. They're putting Chelsea Roffey to work in this final term. They keep spraying them. They keep missing them, the Bombers. 11-17. So they've kicked 2 goals, 5 in this term after 12 minutes. 11-17-83 Essendon, 2-7-19 the Crows. The Crows need a goal to avoid their lowest ever score in history. So the kick in from Adelaide straight down the ground. O'Brien's able to mark it. Maybe a chance here. Handballs to Seedsman. Seedsman gives it to Sloan. Back to Keys now. Keys stops, props, handballs to Seedsman. It's not overly encouraging, and then the kick goes long. Thilthorpe is caught behind. The umpire's seen a free. It was the Bombers player going to ground. And Stewart has given away the free. He's given away the free to Thilthorpe because of holding, chopping at the arms.
Well, what I was going to say was the only way to do it is to run the footy. And this is a direct result of running the football, playing on and getting in there quick before Essendon measure up.
OK, so Riley Thilthorpe, 25 metres out to avoid a slice of history they really don't want. He's missed, Crows fans. Don't drive off the road, but he's missed. It's 2-8-20.
Ridley in with a long kick to the back flank, which Peter Bright has taken in front of his eyes. So the margin 63 points to Essendon, 13-minute mark of the last quarter. That was Adelaide's second inside 50 for the quarter. Essendon has had 11. Kick went around the wing, Frampton in the road. So Frampton swung back. And it looks like Murray has gone into attack for the Crows. Hand pass to Brodie Smith. He switches the play to the left half back flank to Kelly. Kelly finds a free man. David McKay on the outer side of the ground on the wing. He chips to Hamill. Hamill a hand pass to Kelly. Now they're moving it nicely. Kelly's kick inside the 50. Right's in the hole for Essendon. And he has had the arms chopped. He got a good piece of it anyway. Take your pick. Essendon ball. Peter Wright with the kick. Goes to the pocket. O'Brien lurking, but Cutler marks. Tom Cutler down at the Lloyd end of the ground, plays on with big O'Brien lumbering on the mark. A hand pass to Ridley at half back for Essendon. Hand pass to Redmond, he's been good. Goes short to Ham. Ham on for the hamstrung Langford. Off to Redmond, off to Merritt. This is casual from the Bombers under minimal pressure. Merritt kicks to half forward. Devon Smith the target. Brodie Smith knocked it away. Guelphy roved. Hand pass out. Found Ham. 55 out. Kicks to full forward. Too much on the kick for Peter Wright, and Kelly Marks in the goal square for Adelaide.
Well, I'll tell you something. If you're sitting in the coach's box now with Frampton, he is not more than 20 metres and the ball's been run past him. He's got his hands in the air now looking for a cheap kick, and he'll probably get it, and that's only because he was just plain lazy.
Oh, he won't get it because Devon Smith scurried and got the spoil in and then hits up hard, follows up with a tackle to Smith. Frampton's now over it. He's happy just to let it sit in under him, and he's gone, Billy. No, he's not. Oh, Razor Ray paused. He thought about it. Dramatic effect.
He would have been quite happy if it had gone. I think he's fair dinkum. He needs an iron lung.
He does, doesn't he? So O'Brien down to Laird. Handball miss Sloane. Sloane backs up with a tackle now on Cutler. Bouncing around in there, pinballing. Oh, two players have hit heads. It's Schonberg and Stringer. Stringer claims he was taken high and he'll win the free kick. Schonberg can't come up, so Sloane has to man the mark. Jake Stringer, he's pointing, he's directing. Good to see both players jump up. Schonberg now after clutching his head for a moment. Stringer just bombs it into space. He asks his forwards to run and jump. Hooker got there. Spoil came from behind. McDonald, Tip and Woody only nudges it out as far as Hamill, and now Schonberg spins out of trouble. Kicks to the centre circle. Laverty's there.
4v1. If you keep folding back, all you're doing is giving the opportunity for Essendon to take the ball forward, and that's what's virtually happened from, I'd say, 15-minute mark in the first quarter.
Laverty to Ridley at centre-half back, out to the wing to Hind. A short ball now to Gleeson. Gleeson centre wing. City side of Docklands, Essendon 11-17, 83. 28 scoring shots to Adelaide 2, 8-20, 10 scoring shots. 17-minute mark of the last quarter. Adelaide still behind their lowest ever score in the AFL. Kick goes to the pack. O'Brien brings it to ground level. Knocked out by Perkins. Ham gets it, gives to Harrison Jones. Defensive hand pass to Perkins. Perkins kicks to Hind. On the wing. Now the kick to centre half forward. And out comes Peter Wright and takes the mark. He's within range. Rory Sloane stands the mark, 49 from goal.
Well, we know he's got the distance. There's no worries about that. Hopefully he's got the accuracy. They certainly haven't been that in this last quarter. I like the work of Harry Jones in traffic there, just to step a couple. They've got a couple of really big blokes, as you've spoken about, Mick, their ability to step through but be clean at their knees as well.
He starts his approach from inside the centre square. He'll kick from just forward of the line. Peter Wright, good-looking kick. Oh. He's hit the post. He hit it halfway up. He's a thumping kick. A 64-point lead to Essendon at the 17-minute mark of the final quarter on Grandstand AFL. The Bombers have kicked 2 goals, 6 in this final term.
And the Bombers cracked the ton. They're on 84 points with 6 and a bit minutes to play. And the Crows still looking for that goal to avoid their lowest ever score. They bring it back into play, looking for Murray on the City wing. And again, it's just spoiled over. The Sting well and truly gone out of this game a long time ago. The Bombers looking just to put their foot down in these final few minutes. Can they turn it on late here? Their fans are sticking around, and so too are the Seagulls with the roof open at Docklands. Spinning ball back in play. Wright reaches up over the top. Waterman's there, fighting and scrapping with Keys for this one. And it'll be a boundary throw-in. Ball just trickled over the line. They're in slow-mo, the Bombers. Game well and truly. Got the 4 points in their back pocket. Just trying to close this one out casually. Right in front of O'Brien. Laird loses it. McKay loses it. Parrish tackled to the ground, and a stoppage.
Well, I think it's the first time tonight that I've seen 6 Adelaide forwards actually forward of the ball.
Thrown up right half forward for Essendon. Laird got it to McKay. High left foot kick out of defence. Keys underneath it. Merritt the spoil. McKay the rove tackled. Got it back towards Keys. His defensive hand pass to McKay. All in tight and under pressure. Schonberg tackled by Parrish. Got it on his boot. Sloane rises. Punches it towards the boundary line. It's over. Essendon's attacking side of the outer wing. Tim Hodges on our side of the ground on the wing. Hodgie.
The crowd figure through 23,604 people, so it's a really good turn-up and the biggest AFL crowd in Victoria since the middle of May. So nice to see decent crowds back at the footy again.
And another nice thing you'll hear tonight is Tim Hodges returning to the change rooms. We haven't been able to do that in Victoria for a long, long time, so we'll get that authentic experience for you tonight with the team song and an interview in the change rooms. So Hodgie will be in there after a long absence tonight.
Crows have got possession of the ball across half-back. This is David McKay. Very predictable with their movement tonight. Short, sharp kicks. Keys to Sloane. Bombers fans now breaking into song. Laird's got it. All by foot they go, Adelaide. Laird goes long, this time into the pocket. O'Brien had to get down low. He did all the hard work, but he couldn't quite capture the mark. And now the Bombers with some speed and dare. Cutler off to Hind. Hind out wide. Waterman will able to gobble this one up right in front of the interchange gates. Brings it back inboard for Ham. Ham has to go and win it after overrunning it initially. His handball then into space because he was tackled by Davis. A couple of Crows players overrun it. Ham still in there fighting strong, and so too is Nick Cox. They tackle the Crows to the ground. The Crows player in there was Hamill. So a ball up now at half forward for Essendon.
Crows have 4 minutes to find a goal and avoid their lowest ever score since coming into the competition in 1991. 2011, their previous lowest. Essendon back inside the 50. Merritt's kick. Zach's. Will Hamill's taken down, and Devon Smith with the strong tackle that's resulted in the free kick to the Adelaide defender. Right back pocket, Hamill, who was a late inclusion for Elliot Himmelberg. Couldn't take his place due to illness. He kicks on the bounce across the face of goal. Kelly clears out of defence for the Crows. McKay rises, didn't mark, got front on contact. Chips to centre half back and Laird.
Pass.
Laird through the middle, kick intercepted. Hind though dropped what he should have taken. Rowe goes through, got away from Perkins. Hand pass off to Davis. He's caught by Stringer. Oh, indecision cost him there. It should have been holding the ball, but the umpire didn't pay it. Frampton now over it. He's tackled. Stringer rips it away. Hand pass to Perkins. Out to Ham. Confronted. Defensive hand pass. Devon Smith gets it. A hand pass to Merritt, who'll go back and get it at left half forward for the Bombers.
Is there more pain to come for the Adelaide Crows? Merritt looking for but couldn't quite find Perkins over his head. Frampton, right place, right time. Short to Keys. They've got 3 minutes to get a goal here, Adelaide. Otherwise, they're making history tonight. Their lowest ever score. Under coach Matthew Nix in his second year. Murray's got it across half-back. He just goes long and high. O'Brien's there, so too Thilthorpe. But they're outmarked in the air by James Stewart, who read it best. Stewart then looking for Stringer. It's chopped off by Keys. He goes to ground. He's been paid the mark and then he plays on. He was a little undecided there. Redmond's got it. He's tackled by Schonberg. They just make a meal of this, Adelaide. Thilthorpe then eventually gets it before the umpire says it's holding the ball. So it's going Adelaide's way.
Interesting to see who's got this. Because
Schonberg.
I don't know if he's good for 50. He's going to have to go 55.
So Schonberg kicked their first goal tonight, Adelaide, at the 23-minute mark of the second term. He has not got the distance. He pulls it late. Thilthorpe was there and he's frustrated and he's given away a free kick to Ridley. They are just stripped of all confidence at the moment, these Adelaide Crows players.
Ridley.
1 minute 40 to go. The margin 64. Adelaide still just 2 goals.
Short pass went to Hind, who had to go down on his knees to take the mark. It was a little casual from Essendon. Hind now goes to the wing on the dock side. Wright and Draper are there. The spoil from Murray. Murray's taken that and been paid the mark. So he's spoilt the ball and then was able to grab it on the second take. Murray goes long and direct with conviction. Adelaide desperately needs a goal. Up flies Thilthorpe. Couldn't mark. Could Rowe do something special? Hand pass to Keys, a fumble, socketed out. Hamill, the late inclusion, had a shot. His kick smothered by Snelling. Adelaide desperate to find this goal, but still can't. A ball up 30 metres out from the Adelaide goal. We have a minute to go, and Adelaide needs a goal to avoid its lowest ever score in the AFL.
So ball up directly in front of goal. O'Brien to Thilthorpe. Got his hands free. Got it off to Rowe. Rowe stripped of the footy. Bombers have got the numbers. Oh, the Essendon's picked out a free kick here, but it's going to Essendon. Sorry, the umpire's picked out a free kick. Too high, over the top, against Shoal. Free kick to Snelling. So Adelaide is going to finish this game on its lowest ever score. Essendon's going to hold the Adelaide Crows to their lowest ever score in the AFL. Essendon, a team not even inside the top 8. This is extraordinary as they count down the final seconds here. Stringer's got it, and he's 150th. He's got it across half-back. He's been given a 50. Listen to the crowd willing him on. They would love to see the milestone man kick a goal here late. And with Jake Stringer, Sharon in his hands, anything could happen. Oh, he did give it off. He gave it off, and Berry was up to it. Berry smothered it. There's no one for him to kick to except Thilthorpe. Goes past him. Essendon going to have it.
Thilthorpe taps it out, though. Rowe's got the goal at his mercy. About 5 seconds left. He hit the post. He hit the post. And that is it. A Friday night horror for the Adelaide Crows. Essendon consigning Adelaide to the indignity of its lowest ever score in the AFL. The Bombers knocking on the door of the top 8. A commanding win. The Bombers by 63 points.
Bombers fly up, up. We are the teams they don't fear. They all try their best, but they can't get in as the Bombers fly up.
Essendon 11-18-84 controlled the game all night. The point of interest late became whether Adelaide could indeed avoid its lowest ever score in the AFL, and that was only decided in the last couple of seconds. Rowe on the run from 40 metres out, goal unguarded, hit the post. It summed up Adelaide's night. Adelaide 2-9-21, humbled by the Bombers.
See the Bombers fly up, up to win the premiership flag. Our boys who play this grand old game are always striving for glory and fame. See the Bombers fly up, up. We are the teams they don't fear. They all try their best, but they can't get in as the Bombers fly up.
We didn't get a goal in the game until the 23-minute mark of the first quarter. Plenty came for Essendon after that. Adelaide's first goal in the game didn't come until the 23-minute mark of the second quarter when Schonberg kicked a clever snap from the right forward pocket. Essendon led by 15 at quarter time, 35 at half time, 47 at three-quarter time, and ran out winners by 63 points, 11-18-84 to 2-9-21. The Bombers will get a decent percentage kick out of tonight. It's their 7th win of the season ahead of a match with North Melbourne next week. The Bombers can't entirely be discounted with West Coast vulnerable. GWS now only above them on the table by a matter of a couple of points. The Bombers have a superior percentage to both the Giants and the Eagles inside the top 8 as it stands at the moment. Essendon in front of a crowd of 23,604, 11-18-84 defeated Adelaide 2-9-21. Archie Perkins, 3 goals, 3 was a live wire for the Essendon side tonight. 2 goals to Peter Wright, and then singles to Harrison Jones, Jake Stringer, Cale Hooker, Will Snelling, Anthony McDonald-Tipungwuti and Alec Waterman. While for Adelaide, just the 2 goal kickers tonight, Murphy and Schonberg. Mick Malthouse and Brett Deledio to sum things up on Grandstand AFL before we renew that great tradition. Tim Hodges will be back in the rooms in Victoria tonight, the first time we've been back in the change rooms in a long time, to bring you the song, the atmosphere from the change rooms, and an interview as well. So that's coming up on Grandstand AFL before we depart in around about 40 minutes' time. Mick and Lids with the first say on proceedings tonight.
Do we really have to?
Fire away, Mick. You've got it in you. I know. Keep positive. Draw out the positives,
Well,
Mick.
there are positives. I reckon most people would suspect that Essendon were going to win tonight. They won with 29 shots for goal. Yes, they probably butchered 4 or 5. It was a fairly comprehensive... When you have a look at the way they played, Essendon, they probably went even as far as clearances go, but they were more devastating with their clearances. Inside 50, 61 to 31 or thereabouts. So that shows you a domination, and a lot of that has come off stoppages, but also run off the back line. They had multiple shots from goal outside 50 from backs. Their forward line structure is not relying on one player, and that makes them dangerous. So a very similar thing to Melbourne. Melbourne don't rely on any particular player, and they're sitting on top of the ladder. Their back line is outstanding. Gleeson today would be, when you look at his games 3 or 4 years ago, before he did his foot, I thought he was one of the very few players that held up in their back line. I'm so pleased that he's able to get back because he had such a nasty injury. But when you Ridley, Hurley's not even in the side, and when you think about the way Hurley plays his games, yes, he'll add to it, but they haven't. I'll say this: they haven't missed him, yes, and he'll still get a game there. So comprehensive, and I reckon when they went through that period of, they lost a couple of games that they didn't have Draper, and Draper to me is a player that gets around the ground. He's enthusiastic. He jumps. He shares the hand to the ball, but his follow-up is fantastic, and he jumps at the footy. So they've got a really exciting side. There's not many players. Hooker is probably the only one that you would say that would probably go out of the side next year, but they've got an exciting team, and their recruitment is a credit to them. They have recruited beautifully this year, and they've recruited the right sort of player they needed, those tall, rangy players that can mark the football, kick the footy, got the football smarts. So you wanted a positive, Val? There's a real positive. The negative to it is their opponents tonight were structurally poor, and that shows you what leadership can do. If you've got strong leadership, you can hold your formations, and they didn't have anyone forward of the footy that had seniority that could actually instruct. I feel sorry for Matthew Nicks tonight because there's no doubt that he coaches better than the way they played.
So the Bombers are making their way down the race and headed for the rooms. It's such a cherished part of the radio footy experience to be able to take you into the rooms after a game, and it has felt like a very long time since we've been able to do that here in Victoria. Tim Hodges is in there, I'm sure, enjoying the moment, Hodgie.
Well, we haven't been able to do this since 2019 now, so it's bloody nice to be back. And the Bombers are a very, very happy bunch, up to 9th position on the ladder. We'll be able to speak to Darcy Parish, who's had some sort of week, signed a new contract with the Bombers, and now they're right back in finals contention. So here we go. It's still weird, Al, to watch close up of the boys not go arm in arm, stand about a metre distance apart, and won't be long, and I'll have Darcy Parish for you guys.
Yes, good to see it. So no masks required for songs in the rooms anymore. Hodgie's back in there. We'll have face-to-face interviews going on. So that's the pleasing aspect for us in Victoria after a very tough 2020. Our thoughts obviously going out to those, particularly in New South Wales at the moment. If you're a Bomber, I hope you enjoyed the coverage tonight. Brett Deledio, a few thoughts from you on what took place tonight from an Essendon perspective. We'll go through Adelaide as well because it's a developing side without key experienced players tonight, and the future ahead under Matthew Nicks. Most would agree that there's some positivity around that, as much as tonight was an absolute write-off for Adelaide.
Yeah, it was. It's disappointing just the way they more so went about it. I thought obviously they went in with a game plan that you thought, they're going to try and chip it around, control the footy, not allow Essendon to get control of it and really slingshot, because we know that that's the way the Bombers like to really move the ball with speed. I think they thought that was their only way of halting Essendon's momentum, but they missed so many targets, didn't they? They just weren't able to hold on to the footy, essentially. But when you do get into trouble, it's all well and good when the side isn't up for the fight defensively, but when you get into trouble, you need to have targets down the field. And you spoke about that, Mick. Their forward-line structure just really... It was lost tonight, I think, and we spoke about Tex Walker not quite being there, but... the Bombers, I think, they're exciting, as Mick's spoken about. I like the kids that they're brought in, and we did speak I did pre-game about can they keep these kids, up and about, keep them vibrant, and I think they showed tonight, led by Archie Perkins in that front half, that there's a sniff of finals, and there's not too many better carrots out there than the chance to do that, especially in your first year. So, it's all there for the Bombers, but consistency will be the key, and whether or not they get there, it's been a great learning year, and it's certainly not where I saw the Bombers at the start of the year. I thought they'd be closer to the bottom half, but I think Ben Rutten and his coaching staff and even the senior leaders at the club have done a very, very good job, and they're exciting to watch, but they also structure up pretty well behind the footy as well.
It's interesting how it all pans out. When you have a look at that ladder, traditionally, it's been about 12 wins. I know we're having the 22-week season, but aside from getting with 11 this year...
Especially with a good percentage, Mick, and that is clearly what Essendon has.
Yeah, and the Gold Coast Greater Western Sydney put an end to that with their draw. So if they can maintain, then it's not going to be worried about percentage, but if they have to keep winning games...
Well, they need to win 4 more, Mick, to have 11 wins, but they...
11.5.
It would give them 11.5.
And that would probably get them in, El.
Yeah, absolutely. Essendon now has 7 wins, but the percentage has gone from 98.7 to 103.4. GWS's percentage is 97.1. It's inconsequential given the draw. But West Coast's 95.3. The Eagles play North Melbourne this week. You'd expect them to win that in Perth on Monday night. But they've won 8 games, West Coast. So Essendon only a game behind, but with a superior percentage. Just looking at that run home again for Essendon, we mentioned it at the top of the broadcast. North Melbourne next week, you'd expect the Bombers to win that. The Giants, and this is all
the Giants could be the double game. Again,
could be.
There's so many double games in this. I'll just write these down. That's a question mark. North, they should beat North. That gives them a Giants.
Then the Giants scheduled to be here. Then Sydney scheduled to be here. Then the Western Bulldogs scheduled to be here. Gold Coast at Carrara and Collingwood at the MCG. So that match against the old rival in the last round could actually be very meaningful in the context of the season. Speaking of meaningful, Darcy Parish has had the most meaningful of seasons and had a very meaningful week re-signing with the Essendon Football Club, and he's down in the rooms with Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Darcy Parish has had a fantastic week, Al. Congratulations, mate. Thanks for coming out from the nightclub next door. It's a great vibe down here. A new contract, another 30-plus possession game, 31 possessions. A great win, a percentage booster, and you're 9th on the ladder and right back into that finals mix. Things are pretty good right now.
Yeah, obviously it was really nice to get the contract extension this week, and I'm just really enjoying my footy this year, and I guess it starts at the top with Truck and the leadership and the culture we're building at the club, and just the exciting young guys we get to show week in, week out, and we're just building a good brand of footy, and I think we're having a real crack, and our attitude and effort's been there most weeks. We've just been lacking the execution of the weeks, and this week we particularly worked on it really hard, and it showed tonight, and just the reward for the boys, and it was great to get the chockies.
You're playing great footy personally. Your team's playing really exciting footy. The kids are awesome. It's a bit like the castle. Like the vibe is really good down here at the moment, isn't it?
No, it's great. You come to the club and it's just an enjoyable place to be at the moment, and I think everyone's feeling that, and we want to come to the club, and we want to learn, and we want to grow together, and I think it's been really enjoyable, the growth and the excitement as well along the way. But we're all just loving our footy here, and we'll just keep building on it.
Do you think you're a sneaky chance to make September if things go well and you keep this form up?
Yeah, we haven't really spoke about it a real lot, but we just want to keep coming out and showing our brand of footy, and I think it can match with anyone on our good days. So we'll just keep working towards the 4-quarter effort against the good sides, and we'll just keep building and see what happens.
It's great to have Essendon's number one player in the comp with the cans on. I'll send you upstairs, Mick Malthouse and Brett Deledio.
Darcy, Brett's video, mate. Congratulations on the win, but certainly your form this year, mate, have been outstanding. I want to ask you about a player I enjoy watching, Archie Perkins, mate. Tonight he was fantastic. Kicked 3-3. Really could have had a big bag. Give us a bit of an insight into the sort of kid he is around the place.
Yeah, he's a bit of a odd character, actually, coming into the club, and not much phases him, to be honest. He was late to the game last week and just waltzed in and got cracking, but he's been working on his game really well, and he's an absolute talent, that's for sure. We've seen that firsthand in the couple of weeks he spent at the club and pretty early, so I'm just really good to see him put it all together tonight and, show the display he's been working on.
So what happened last week, Das? Was he stuck in traffic getting down to Geelong or something? Or
yeah, stuck in traffic, and then he parked on the other side of the ground, and it was raining heavily, and he come in and it was like drenched with water, and we're like, what is going on here? But it was like 5 minutes before we were running out, I reckon, and he just got on with it. He's a pretty cool character, but pretty calm, but yeah, he's a bit different. Yeah.
5 minutes before you ran out. So what was going on in the rooms that you're missing a player? Was there any panic or?
No, because we knew just the type of character he is. We just knew if anyone was going to be late and it wouldn't faze him, it would be Perko. So he just waltzed in and played well.
Has Ben Rutten ordered now that he needs to get a ride to games, or is he going to be allowed independence?
Yeah, well, we'll have to have a word to him week to week, but all good.
Well, if that was me, I would have been panicking hard, I know that, but mate, I asked your coach, Ben Rutten, I was under him a couple of years ago. The Amazonian dolphin, mate, is a part of your lingo in your defensive structures, mate. Can you explain that to the listeners?
Yeah, so we've got the dolphins that they swivel their head left and right, and that's sort of something we've implemented into our game, and it's across the whole board, and it's been working really nicely. But yeah, I think the whole defensive formation and structure tonight was really good. Our blitz around the footy, and then the ability to set up with them kicks, and just set our attack off, and it was a really, I guess, four-quarter effort from everyone out there.
It's just on your own performances. There was a whisper going around that you and a few other players, and you instigated a lot of younger players doing extra work or starting earlier this year, was it, or this pre-season? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, there was a fair crew of us in the off-season that got together and got to the clubs most weeks, and I guess we just challenged each other and really pushed each other along, and I think, some massive growth in my game, being able to cover the ground a lot better and getting into more contests, so it's definitely paying dividends.
And some of the other teammates, who would they have been, and are they benefiting the same? Because you clearly are benefiting. I always worry about young players doing too much extra, and they tend to trail off, but your performance has actually levelled off at a very high level, so it's well done there. But what other players have done that?
No, we had the likes of Langers, Snelling, Drapes. There was about 10 or 12 of us, so it was great to keep everyone still involved around the club and just keep building on that connection and keep working together.
And what about Draper? I mentioned earlier, with his injury, he tended to lose a little bit of impetus in the centre for those weeks that he was out. Just give us a little bit of insight into his... I know he's a late comer to football, but he just seems to eat up. He's so enthusiastic.
Yeah, no, he is. He gives us first look at most centre bounces, and I think it's been a real weapon for us this year. Him having back and him Jakey flying in the middle as well has been super to work together, and I guess we're building a good team in there.
And the way Peter Wright now is he's double up back, and he can also go forward, and a couple of fantastic goals today by him as well. You've got faith in him. Obviously, has he improved because of Draper coming to the side where he's not now, because he took over that number one ruck role for a while and just seemed to be swamped by it. Has he improved because of that connection with him?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's a forward that can pinch hit for us in the ruck, and he's great very versatile, but even the likes of Jones and Chook, they work really well together down forward, and we've got three bigs down there, and they're working really nicely together.
Darcy, there's not many coaches in their first year that have three big wins. So Ben Rutten, 75 points over the Saints. It was 72 over North, 63 tonight over the Crows. He's been so impressive for all outsiders watching your team this year. What is the number one thing that you love about him the most?
I think the number one thing about Truck is just he's a people's person, and he's built them relationships with everyone around the club, and I guess it's given everyone great clarity and clear direction with each individual and what he wants and the expectations and standards, and everyone just respects Truck, and we just love, I guess, playing underneath him, and all the systems and structures he's brought into the club has been great. So we'll keep growing with him and keep backing him in.
And you've held the Adelaide Crows to their lowest ever score in 30 years in their whole existence in the AFL. Were you aware of that at all?
Oh, well, it's pretty impressive. I guess we had a big focus on our defence this week, and particularly our blitz, and then our ability to just lock the ball inside our forward 50 for longer. And that's a great recognition and great reward, I guess, for the hard work we did tonight.
Yeah, it's really impressive watching what you're doing at the moment, Darcy, and I'm sure your fans are loving the ride as well. Thanks for your time on Grandstand AFL.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Darcy Parish signed a contract during the week. His numbers are down on usual standard a little. He had the 19 disposals tonight. He's averaging 32 a game, so get the contract locked in and drop off on performance, or did he get locked down upon tonight?
I think he got locked down a little bit. It stopped.
As you would.
Yeah, more attention.
Yeah.
43 last week. You're a hard marker.
Yeah,
19 into 43.
Yeah, the thing is about that, though, it's an interesting... And they're still able to generate enough football around the ball, because when you've got multiple players, you've got to pick which one you're going to tag, if you're going to tag any, and then you've got to pick one that's going to actually be the best deliverer. And also then you've got to look at your tagging player and say, well, if he's a light body, he's not going to go with Stringer, because Stringer will just cut him apart. If he's not quick, he's going to get done over by some pace unless you can actually step inside him all the time. So this is his growth area. He's not going to walk through his career getting 40-odd possessions without someone going, you know what, we're going to sit on him. Now, I know a lot of clubs, they don't believe in it, and, we'll run with them and we'll do it on a team effort. When you do team efforts, no one takes responsibility. Oh, I do a little bit, you do a little bit. Oh, I wasn't on him at that time. When you actually allocate someone to him and you say, right, you've got to win the football, he'll take you to the football. This is his next growth area, being able to negate that and then go forward, as some of the greats have done. When you look at, I'll go back to Williams at Carlton, Mitchell at Hawthorn, Buckley. There's some of the greats just absorb that pressure, Robert Harvey, and they go and they challenge the tagger. You see if you can run with me all days, and end up, you see their tongue hanging out. So it takes a good tagger to beat those players, and this is his next step.
Mick Moldhouse and Brett Delidio summing things up for you on Grandstand AFL. We will see Adelaide fans, if we can get into your rooms to get some reflections as well. We'll see how we go there. We've got 20 minutes to wrap things up here from Docklands tonight. Essendon 11-18-84 defeated Adelaide 2-9-21. The Crows' lowest score in the club's history in the AFL going back to 1991. On the text 0437774774, Kylie from Daysdale. Hi guys, hope you got the postcard. Enjoying the call tonight, says Kylie. Haven't seen it, Kylie. I'll keep an eye out for that in the office, but thank you in advance. Very kind of you. Bob Stiles on the text. Hi footy commentators. I've watched AFL for 70 years. The standing on the mark rule is so amateurish. Gives too much advantage to the kicker. The poor bloke on the mark can't do a thing while the kicker just runs around the man on the mark. I hate it, says Bob. That's been the sentiment of a few listeners across the course of this season. This is a very special text because it's rare that we would get a text from...
Don't read it out, I just read it. It's negative.
No, I think it's fine. I love my team and I love ABC Sport, but that was the worst broadcast I've ever listened to. Regards, Timothy Verrill. Timothy Verrill is the head of live sport at the ABC, who just happens to be an Adelaide fan who's firing off a bit of...
so it wasn't a crack at us then?
No, I think he probably enjoyed the broadcast from a structural perspective. He just didn't necessarily enjoy the performance.
So we'll be
of the
back
Adelaide
next.
Crows.
We'll be back next Friday night.
We'll see how we go.
Like I will be.
Yeah. If we're getting text on the ABC line here in the commentary box, I just wonder who else is getting text around the place from Tim Verrill tonight. Put your phone away, Timmy. Put your phone away. 11-18-84 Essendon, Adelaide 2-9-21. So we'll see if we can get some reaction from the Crows.
I've got a question for Mick. So coming into this season, Essendon, it was all about signing these big-name players, and we've seen Merritt tick, Parrish tick, and now it's all about Jake Stringer, and he clearly wants to stay. He wants 4 years. He seems like a player that plays well when his contract's when he's coming out of contract. Did you ever get involved in contracts at all? Would you ever, from a coaching perspective, say, you know what, guys, maybe let's put him on 2 and keep him on edge?
I didn't get involved too often. I certainly didn't get involved in the actual contract money-wise. I wouldn't sign him in a fit in 4 years. For 4 years, at 4 years, it's going to be, he's born in 1994, so whatever that makes him, 27.
He's 27.
He's got a big enough body, and he's got a body that can be shaped through hard work. It's also a body that when he's not working hard, blows up. He loses his pace, he loses his ability to get to the second or third contest, and and because he can't do that, he becomes a liability. So what you're saying is, we'll give you 4 years, but you will live by this process. Now, they're all okay. You know, we have your personal trainer. Well, you shouldn't have to, but your personal trainer, you've got to eat this, you've got to eat that. That's got to come from what you want to do. Personal pride and personal effort comes with one person, that's yourself. I wouldn't in a fit sign too many blokes over that age with that history. There's plenty of players I would have signed 4 years. Buckley, Lucuria, Clement, Swan, Johnson, Heath-Shaw, blah, 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 because you just know they're going to work their backside off to be good players. I don't say he doesn't work, but I think he's quite happy with himself at times not to work, and he doesn't know he's not working. Darcy Parish, and it was interesting because I think we had that interview with someone last week who told us that, and I can't remember who it was. That's why I raised it, because I know anyway, whatever it was, suggested 4 or 5, 6 or 7 players decided, listen, we're going to make something of ourselves, and they obviously must have spoken to someone to get it right, because you don't want to be overdoing it then die halfway through the year. No, the answer is absolutely. I would sign him for 2 and give him an incentive for the third to say, if you meet these requirements in your second year, we'll sign you for the third.
What would a manager be doing in this situation? Because you have a commodity, Brett Deledio, who's capable of winning matches. He is enigmatic. He does go missing sometimes. His work rate gets questioned. Then he has these performances where he's blindingly good and breathtaking with what he can do. So you've got that as the asset, which is very sellable, I'd imagine.
Yeah, exactly right. But I think what you've got to do is look for, what he can produce, and then you try and work that and see whether get that trigger that you can. If you meet these, then you're going to be rewarded and have that incentive in front of him to continue to meet those. And
would you sign him for 4?
Depends what you're asking me. Are you asking me as the manager or as
the
list manager?
Well, let's say you're here as a list manager of Essendon.
No.
There you go. There's the answer.
No, I would go on previous performances. Where has he finished in his top 10 in the BNFs? What has he shown that he can do? If I'm the list manager in that sense. But as a manager, absolutely, I'm trying to get as much from my player as I can.
Yeah, of course.
In length of time.
One of the amazing things about life in our football is we base a lot on awards. The best footballers I've ever seen have never won a Brownlow. Best footballers ever have never won a Brownlow. So we can take that out. Secondly, how many have won club best and fairest? Some of the greats. In fact, I'd almost say I'd like to see how many times Franklin has been best and fairest at Hawthorn or Sydney.
Richardson once.
Richardson once. Then you say to yourself, well, what does he bring? Does he bring other players into it? And how much do we need that player? So there's so many little cogs to it outside of awards and even trigger points. So, you kick 50 goals. But if I said that to Simon Beasley and Lally Bamblett was playing next to him, I know that Simon would lose 20 goals because he double grabbed and Bamblett would have it out of his hands in 2 seconds. Not trying to be cheating it, just simply was reading it so well. And if Simon went bang, bang, without Bamblett there, he'd take it. With Bamblett there, off it go and Bamblett would kick the goal. So, again, there's just little... you say about trigger points. It's how the team performs and how you sit in that side. I don't know how many... Did you look that up?
Franklin won 1, which was when he kicked the 100 in 2000.
Right, he's kicked 100. He's kicked 1. He's won 1. As you said, Richardson's won 1. I can name players that have won Brownlows and you'd say... And I don't want to embarrass these blokes, but there's 4 or 5 Brownlow medalists in the last, say, 30 years, and you go, well, hang on. In the overall scheme of things, I wouldn't have them all Australians. I'd have them as a player, certainly, because they're good enough, but you wouldn't have them in the All-Australian side because there'd be 3 or 4 similar positional players that would go straight past them. So I think it's all relevant to what that player does for your team and how often he does it for your team and how reliable he is, because I believe greatly in the big stage. I judge players totally on the big stage, and that's generally you can't play finals every year, but certainly you can play big games. It might be the Anzac Day, it might be the Essendon
Dreamtime game.
Yeah.
Dreamtime, yeah.
You're signing up Darcy Parish for life based on that, given the awards he's won this year in those big games. He's won them all.
Yeah, well, if you can, but if you can hold up in the big games, and you're on the particularly finals, because you're going up against the best sides, and the best sides have analysed you, and they're going, you're the P, we're going to tag you, or this, or whatever the case may be.
Is that when you fell in love with Still Sidebottom? Didn't he kick 10 goals in the under-18 grand final?
Well, I had nothing to do with the fact that they Collingwood recruited him. It was Derek Hine that recruited him, and we were just gobsmacked that he just kept on walking through, because I think we were about number 10. I think he was picked at 10th. Yeah. And you go, how did he get through? But then again, how does James Hird go at whatever Ashley McIntosh was 116, Dane Swan was 54. You kid yourself by saying, we knew he was going to be there, we're going to get him. No, you didn't, because you'd pick him as soon as you knew Dane Swan was there at 54 or whatever number he was. There's been plenty of players who have gone first 10 and they struggle to beat the player that's picked 40th. So, again, it gets down to, I reckon Essendon, I look at Essendon today and I look at their recruits today that played tonight, and they've done very, very well, because some of those kids are going to be, barring bad injuries, they're going to be 150-game players and take Essendon to the next finals. No question.
And they've got Andrew McGrath out of the side at the moment, a young player, and they've got Dylan Shield out of the side at the moment, Zach Reid as well. Zach Reid.
Yeah, the captain's not playing, but he's got age. But you've got these young players. Essendon have got a very exciting list, really exciting list.
Did a job on the Adelaide Crows tonight by 63 points, 11-18-84 to 2-9-21. So the Adelaide Crows, Brett Delidio and Mick Malthouse, they started the season winning 3 of their first 4. It was a superb win against Geelong, the grand finalist of last year in round 1, a huge upset. Also beat Gold Coast and North Melbourne in the first 4 rounds, but only 1 win since for the Adelaide Crows. Taylor Walker's not out there tonight, so that's significant given he's their leading goal kicker and he's kicked over 40 this season. But what are you seeing from the Adelaide Crows? What is their progress and what is their future?
Yeah, well, I think what impresses me is the wins that they have had. I mean, they haven't had a heap of them, we know that, but as you mentioned, they beat Geelong. They were the first team to beat Melbourne this year, weren't they, I think, over there? By a point. So they're doing quite a few things right, but I think they're just starting to slow down. They're playing a lot of kids, so I think they've lost that intensity and pressure that they had at the start of the year.
The Crows have been very good to us tonight. They have allowed us access to the room, so let's go in with Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
We do appreciate Riley O'Brien coming over. Probably the last thing you want to be doing is facing the media right now. Can we ask you just what's happened since the final siren? It was a pretty tough night at the office for everyone.
Yeah, really disappointing night for the footy club. We thought, we sort of let ourselves down on the big stage and really wanted to put in a good performance, which we have been pretty consistent in doing in that contest space, and we really went away from that tonight. And just from the start, we were just off, we were fumbling, we didn't bring our contest work, and the result showed.
Was it just that it was a young team, it was an inexperienced forward line? You dropped your heads early and just couldn't get back in the game? Is that sort of how you look at it, or were you a bit off even going into the game, do you think?
We felt all right going into the game. The energy was good, but it was just one of those nights where everything sort of went wrong. The energy was down for whatever reason. It's hard to put your finger on why, and we'll definitely delve into that, but definitely an embarrassing sort of performance from the club. And we'll really have a couple of days off and dust ourselves off and really get back to how we've been playing for the last 6 weeks, because we've been pretty consistent and let ourselves down tonight on a big Friday night stage.
How was the coach?
Yeah, he was pretty disappointed. So he was pretty angry at half-time, and then after the game he was just scratching his head a bit, because we have been really good each week. We've been in every game, and tonight we were just off the whole night, and it was really disappointing.
We've got Mick Malthouse and Brett Delidio upstairs. Riley's got the cans on, guys.
Rob, it's Lids here, mate. Disappointing night for you guys. It's I just want to get your sense and your feeling about how you keep the boys up and motivated for the rest of this year. I mean, we've seen some really good progress from you guys this year. Seen some young boys blooded play some really good footy, but how do you keep the boys up and about and make sure you really finish off the year strong and not fall away?
Yeah, well, man, we were in a pretty dark situation, I guess, last year, and we were able to maintain that positivity and really get something out of the back end of the year, which we're able to do. So we'll definitely try and replicate that, train really hard, keep the energy up. We don't want to get, dwell on this game too much because it was sort of an abomination as to what we've been doing the last few months. So, yeah, we'll just get back to work and really turn it around as of next week.
And Tommy Duday, mate, how's he? We saw him take a big hit, mate. That was frightening. How's he in the rooms?
Yeah, that was crazy from him. Absolutely does that stuff all the time, which is awesome to see. But, unfortunately was concussed. But no, he's fine. He says he can remember everything, and he said it's pretty minor. So hopefully he is back very soon.
So just on your own performance, are you getting enough backup, do you think, as far as your work goes around the ground?
Oh, I mean, I'm happy to play pretty high game time. I feel like fitness is one of my strengths, but I probably didn't play the way I wanted to play tonight from the start. I guess with the whole team, my energy felt I was down. I wasn't sharp. But no, I feel like I'm backed up well enough, and I feel like I can grind down opponents as the game goes on.
Tell me about your opponent tonight.
Yeah, with Sam Draper, first time I've come up against him. He's a pretty dynamic player. He burst out of a couple of stoppages, and he's definitely got a bit of X factor, and he's definitely got a bit of spring in the ruck as well. So he's definitely a handful, and I think he'll be a very good player going forward in the future.
I know we play a national sport. I look where you come from. I look where he comes from. It's a contrast. Yeah. You'd live close to the Essendon ground, wouldn't you, or thereabouts, and he would live pretty close to the Adelaide ground, I would imagine. But
yeah, I think so.
I'm not suggesting one moment you do swap, but no, I've been encouraged the way. Well, I've liked the way you've gone about it in yourself.
Well, thank you.
I think you just keep your eye on the ball and you just do everything you can for your teammates. Just around the ball though. Where's Seed? I coached young Paul Seedman, so I've got an interest in him, but he's no longer young, mind you. Where do you see him playing his best football, and what is your best connect through the middle there? Who do you think, if you had your choice of the three players, whether they're playing or not playing, who would they be?
Yeah, well, firstly to Paul, he's been awesome when he's come inside this year. He's played a lot of his career on the wing and really penetrating kick and really quick, so he's been good at that. But then when he gets inside, he's just really bustles his way through packs and bursts out, and he's awesome to have in there. In terms of connection in the midfield, I love hitting to all the guys in there, but Rory Laird, he's really clean hands, works his player over the ball, so he's probably the one I'm really confident hitting to.
Right, yeah. All I just say is all the very best to you, mate. I know that it seems to be a long, hard season, but the longer you hang in there, so just some of these kids, it just looked like tonight you just lacked a bit of structure forward. Is Walker control that, and without him, who would take over as far as structural set goes? Because I know a coach does it, but when that ball starts to bounce in the middle of the ground, all of a sudden it's up to the players on the ground. So if he's out, who takes that role? Yeah,
well, Tex is a big loss tonight. He's an awesome leader up there and commands the troops all night, and obviously his actual game as well is awesome and keeps their defenders pretty busy. So we missed him big time tonight. And in terms of replacing him, we've got a pretty young forward line, and we probably as a group didn't step up to the mark and I guess replace his presence with his voice and direction. And we're a bit slow and did lack sharpness in our structures and covering outlets, and even getting set up for things like kick-outs, we were just a little bit off, and that we definitely missed him, and it's up to all of us to step up and fill that gap when a player like him's out.
Right. Riley, really appreciate you having a chat to us tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Riley O'Brien on Grandstand AFL. We'll go over the highlights tonight. Lids, if you can give us the 3-2-1 in the ABC Footballer of the Year in 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, it'll be really quick, mate. One vote, Zach Merritt, 35 touches tonight. Didn't think it was his best game, but still managed to get 1. 2, my boy, Archie Perkins, 3-3, 18 disposals, 2 tackles inside forward, 59 score involvements. And 3, I went a little bit left of field here. Mason Redmond, 25 touches, 88% efficiency, 11 marks, 3 of those contested, 9 intercepts. So I thought he was very good tonight.
No, he's fantastic. He was. That's what I mean about that Essendon backline. They're holding up.
Thanks, Mick. Thanks, Lid. Thanks, Kel. Thanks to Roger and also to Tim Hodges and Stu Baker. Adam in the studio had a rough night as an Adelaide fan. David Teague's going to be on the lead tomorrow. Tom Harley as well, and we'll wrap up the events of tonight. Essendon fans, you're going to enjoy the next couple of minutes. farewell.
It's been a messy start. We're still goalless. It's thumped back here to Hine, who penetrating kick, goes long, waiting at the back. Here's a chance for Hooker.
Parrish away to a running Cutler. 2 bounces through the centre corridor. This looks more like Essendon. A third bounce. A kick inside the 50. McDonald, Tippemorty. Oh, back with a flight. He's collected Duday. Duday with unbelievable commitment to try and defend for his side.
He's about 60-65 metres out, Harry Jones. He delivers that long to the top of the goal square, reaching up high was right. The umpire says it's a hold. 11 goals, 6 for the season. This to make it a dozen for the year for Peter Wright in the red and black. Straight as an arrow to McDonald, Tippemorty. He fakes one way, he's dancing, he's tiptoeing, he's kicking and centering it to Perkins. And Perkins has taken a mark right in front of Schonberg. It's been a bit of a nervy start when it comes to the goal kicking for Perkins. 2 goals, 9 so far, a first-year player. But that was kicked with purpose from Perkins. Merritt had it, lost it, socket off the ground by Stringer, and a chance for Perkins. The 19-year-old, he was picked 9 last year, from directly in front, sends it on its way. Oh, he brings good energy, does Archie.
McDonald, Tippemorty receives it off the stoppage. Hand pass to Waterman. He's got a good look and a good ledge boot as he snaps it through from 20 metres out. Draper, 65 from the Essendon goal. To the Lloyd end go the Bombers. The kick goes to full forward. Up goes Harrison Jones. Goals in 8 of his past 9. Multiple goals in 6 of those games. An emerging prospect drives through the opening goal of the second half. Snelling picks up, hand pass flicked on cleverly by Devon Smith to McDonald, Tippemorty. Hand pass along the ground, good pick up, Hooker back to McDonald, Tippemorty in the pocket. He gives it off to Perkins. Perkins bananas! Out to Devon Smith, evaded a tackle, gave to McDonald, Tippemorty. Continue the party for the Bombers. So Snelling to continue the Essendon procession. Kick looks good off the boots. Carries the distance just.
So Peter Wright for his first goal of the night from right on 50. That is a strike and a half. A goal to Peter Wright.
And that is it. A Friday night horror for the Adelaide Crows. Essendon consigning Adelaide to the indignity of its lowest ever score in the AFL. The Bombers knocking on the door of the top 8, a commanding win. The Bombers by 63 points.
The other teams, they don't